Yes, you could do that. Good morning. Welcome to everyone to our Municipal Council agenda today for Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020. I'd like to call this meeting to order at this time and ask if there's any declarations of interest. Seeing none, I will move along to community announcements. Do we have any community announcements from members of council? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to let everybody know about the Run for Southlake that's taking place virtually this year. This was supposed to have taken place in April, but it kicks off Wednesday for 5 days, and our modest team of 6, which is members of council, business leaders, and members of SMT, have raised a total of $6,550 and counting, I'm hoping. We're still looking for pledges. We're still accepting pledges for Team EG or members of the team, and we'd love some support from town staff and members of the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I registered the other day, and it reminded me of our phrase that we used a couple years ago. If you're not going to walk, then support those that do. So if we have 6, then it's not going to be a crowded field. Thank you very much. Any other announcements from members of council? I just have a couple. Yesterday, with members of council in attendance, we attended 2 events using the new flagpole in the south courtyard of the Civic Centre. We raised the Alzheimer's flag in recognition of World Alzheimer's Day. September is also World Alzheimer's Day and month, and we know how important it is for our community. There are many people in our community that this wonderful organization helps support. So we thank them very much, and we're very proud that they were the first flag put on our new flagpole. Also, along with council, we attended the Judah Doan Way, which was officially opened yesterday. This road, located just north of the Civic Centre, connects Beachboro Court with Leslie Street. It's a very welcome addition for our residents, and I know that many of our residents will be quite happy in using it. I saw actually some cars on it even last evening, so they were just waiting for us. And with that, if there are no other announcements, then I will move to our COVID-19 updates.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and welcome to yourself, members of council, and other stakeholders and members of the public to our virtual meeting today. We're into month 6 of this. This is our regular COVID update that we place at the beginning of each council session so that we can keep our residents fully up to speed. I will note and ask that if anybody has their microphone on currently, if they could make sure it's turned off, it helps with prevent feedback. Okay, so thank you. Today we're going to focus on a couple of elements. We're certainly following the provincial situation and how unfortunately we're eroding back to prior levels of congregating for folks. And but I think today what we'd like to do is put a little bit of flesh on what's happening in East Gwillimbury specifically. Madam Mayor and myself were having a discussion just recently, and there are some good statistics available. So I'm going to ask Tara, could you please post, Tara, and maybe explain where this is available so folks can find it? And this is the EG specific numbers. So I'm not sure if Tara can speak to it. Are you able to, Tara, or would you like me just to briefly explain where
Tom, sorry, my apologies. I just had to get the speakers coordinated. So this information is actually available on York Region website. What I can do is share the exact link on the screen so you can see where you can access this information directly. One moment, please. Let's just bring this up. So all of the active cases in York Region are available on the COVID-19 York Region page. What residents can do is simply go onto this webpage, and scroll onto selecting municipalities. We are in East Gwillimbury, so what we can do right now is just narrow it down to the active cases and confirmed cases. So as of to date, we have a total confirmed cases of 87 COVID cases here, out of which we've had a total confirmed death of 1 reported.
So thank you very much for that, Tara. It's helpful. We're fortunate in the province that we haven't had a lot of impacts. We are aware of the 74 total, but a lot of them were in situations or facilities where there was congregations of folks. We had some long-term care, retirement, group home facilities that were part of the phase 1. And you can see this is something that we actively follow to see how we fit into the larger York Region context. Second update I would like to share, Madam Mayor, is we are starting a process now. This is really testing our emergency management procedures as a town. We still remain in a state of emergency. Our COVID team that's been co-led by Mark Valchich and Rob McKenzie continues to meet on a weekly basis. And we continue to plug into the larger regional contacts through the CAOs and other peers. We have slowly and started this week are permitting some public access and stakeholder access to the Civic Center. Yesterday, the mayor and myself met with a group. We have iLobby that's been acquired and is used to facilitate folks getting in here, allowing for proper precautions and proper tracking. Pursuant to our last council session, we have enabled councillors to work out of this building. We have a few in today, and as we move forward into the budget process and that, we have the facility able to accommodate councillors as well. The other thing that we will be reporting on, significant as part of our budget process, is the whole financial impact of this on our town and our residents and our tax position. We're all aware that we received from the province and through the federal government some assistance of about $600,000, and we will be bringing an update through Warren Marshall and his team to a coming meeting as to where those funds will be needed and directed to. So the final element is I'm going to ask Aaron Karmazin. One of the things that's really having a lot of public discussion is what's happening with community events, and particularly Halloween, Remembrance Day, and Santa Claus Parade. There is a discussion in this report. It deals with the fact that the non-traditional or the traditional events likely will not be occurring. And we are looking at innovative ways. We've put some ideas down here, but there's more work to be done in talking to stakeholders and community groups. And so, Aaron, can you just update where we are with respect to some of these events and some of our preliminary thoughts?
Absolutely. Thanks, Tom. Through you, Madam Mayor. Given the provincial restrictions on occupancy limits for municipal gatherings, we're seeking council endorsement for some innovative and interactive event concepts in lieu of in-person events, given the safety concerns with mass gatherings and the provincial restrictions. And recently we saw a rollback in numbers for private events. And what we're doing is we're trying to be mindful of mass gatherings and limiting mass gatherings and numbers. This is consistent across most jurisdictions within the province. Early in the spring and summer, you saw a lot of larger scale events were canceled, and that continues into the fall and winter. But what we can assure council is that staff will continue to reach out to all our community event organizers and our partners, including our committees of council that plan special events, to keep them all informed and engaged with alternate plans moving forward. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have at this time.
Are there questions? I'm not seeing any. Oh, Councillor Crone, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Mr. Karmazin. I've had some residents reach out to me about the activity and the number of people in our parks. Certainly in Mount Albert, we have the new skate park, and it's a great addition to the community. We love it. There's a lot of participation. Although some of the parents have expressed concern that there's heavy congregation of folks there beyond 25, and I would certainly hate to shut it down. Is there? Do you have any thoughts and comments how we might better enforce social distancing and keeping everyone safe?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we encourage everybody to obviously take precautions, and that's physically distance if they are in a park. In a park setting, the maximum numbers are 100, so they haven't adjusted the park setting. Maximum numbers are still 100. However, staff are part of working groups through Parks and Rec Ontario, as well as our York Region counterparts, where we're closely monitoring incidents and, in particular, outbreaks. And what we're finding is there's no trends of serious outbreaks within parks and recreation facilities or settings. In most cases, outdoor settings, people have the ability to physically distance, and we've marked all of our parks with signage reinforcing physical distancing, good hand washing, not touching your face, those types of messages through York Region Health. And there are some instances in other jurisdictions in larger urban settings where we are seeing more crowding and mass gatherings beyond that 100, but at this point, we're not seeing that in our park system, and we're confident moving forward, and we'll continue to closely monitor provincial regs and health guidelines and implement those, as we move forward.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the staff team. I imagine this is mostly for Mr. Karmazin. This weekend's announcement about the changes to limits on gatherings in private residences and outdoors. Does that? I know there was a distinction about it being a private gathering, but does that announcement have any impact on the reopening plans or the operations that we've already put together as far as a recovery plan and resuming business of the town?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the rollback on numbers and restrictions were applied to private gatherings, and so that would be outside of a municipal setting. For a municipal setting, park, our numbers are still at 100, and for an occupied space within a building, it is still 50. But the rules have changed for private gatherings.
So our municipal activities have not been impacted by that announcement.
Through you, Madam Mayor, our reopening plans are staying the course, and they haven't altered.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Just a comment regarding the discussion that our CAO just had about some of the events that are October and November, and people seem to be asking a lot of questions about Remembrance Day, Santa Claus Parade, and Halloween. And I'm pleased to hear that we're going to have a creative look to see if there's some way of celebrating at least some of those with our community partners as well. So look forward to that one. If there are no other questions, I'm not seeing any. Councillor Persichini, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been getting a few phone calls here and there. So what are we doing in the areas? The number seems to be going up. They're concerned. And I said, well, I'm sure that we have good teams working on, but I'll get back to you on it. So what should I be telling them? What are we doing? Trying to keep our numbers down. That was some of the questions. I know we have no control of that, but I would like to get the residents, someone to be calling me, you know, they're getting a little nervous that we're slowly climbing. I said, well, look at the percentage of people, you know, everywhere else, but, you know, we're just still in low numbers. And I try to tell them most of these is the seniors in the homes and so on, but doesn't make them feel better. Anyway, does anybody and team here could tell us what we should be saying? All of us say the same thing, so we kind of, you know, even the keel, so we're all saying the same thing, and it's a positive thing. Thank you.
Mr. Webster?
Certainly, Madam Mayor and Councillor, I think the town is taking a position of a slow and cautious approach, and even recently in council sessions, we've had some discussion as to why is the Civic Centre not open. And I think what we're doing is the school openings, the college and university openings, where it's allowing larger congregations of folks, and even such things as fitness centers and gyms, and even our own arena. We're taking very thoughtful, cautious approach. We're looking at what's happening in the community. We did receive something from the province, a statement that they really want a zero tolerance approach to larger gatherings, and I think YRP will have to be taken, our police will have to be taking a larger role on shutting things down, particularly for gatherings. If you're the host, there's a $10,000 fine now. And I think attendees, I believe it's $750. And you know, now that they've raised the bar on some of these fine structures and asked for assistance from the municipal enforcement agencies, so that's essentially our position. I would ask if there's another member of the COVID team that might want to take to offer some support to this answer to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Webster. Other members of the team? Mr. Valchik, you have some comments?
Madam Mayor, just in addition to what the CAO indicated in terms of what we're doing as a municipality on town lands and at town facilities, our folks, including our bylaws folks, our park staff, some of our CIS staff that are out in the field, have also done a heck of a job in sort of communicating with the public and helping to educate and inform the public in terms of the role that they can play as part of this collective effort, because it really is a community-wide effort to keep this under control. And what we're finding, and Mr. Karmazin has indicated a little bit earlier, is we're also noticing that as folks are out taking care of their daily business, whether it's shopping or filling up the car with gas and so on, that we're seeing pretty high, if not almost entire 100% compliance with, you know, wearing masks and making sure that folks are being very respectful of physical distancing and so on. So all of those efforts combined, including what we're doing on town property, is what's going to continue to, you know, keep East Gwillimbury safe and our residents healthy.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Morton?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I have a mover and a seconder for?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Madam Mayor, sorry.
Yes.
I just wanted to point out in the COVID update itself, just so it doesn't cause any confusion, there's an error with respect to council meetings continuing until the end of 2021 virtually. That should be until the end of 2020.
That's a long time, isn't it? I don't think we're prepared to not meet that long. So
I certainly hope not, and staff will update the memo and republish. Thank you.
I think everybody that looked at it knew that it was a finger that had just touched the wrong number. So thank you for clarifying that. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor Foster, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. We are down to item E in our agenda and under presentations. And we have Margot Bejang, Manager of Economic Development, and Terry Russell, our Chair of the East Gwillimbury Broadband Working Group, making a presentation to Council regarding the draft broadband strategy. Welcome.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, having technical difficulties here. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll pass it over to the Chair of the Broadband Working Group, Mr. Terry Russell. He's got a presentation prepared, and happy to jump back in at the end. The Broadband Working Group has continued to meet regularly virtually throughout the pandemic, and are really eager to keep advancing their efforts to enhance broadband coverage across the municipality, and have some interesting updates to provide. So I'll hand it over to you, Mr. Russell.
Thank you. Well, good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council, members of staff, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure to be here this morning. Just as an aside before I start my presentation, and it kind of talks about the importance of getting broadband in the community here. Before we started this morning, I had my fingers crossed, not knowing if I was going to be able to have access to full audio and video, or if I'd have to cut out the audio, the video part, so we could do the audio part. So that is what so many people in our community still face. So that's just as an aside, and I'll get into my presentation because I know I have limited time, and I know you guys want to be here till midnight. So the Broadband Working Group presented our initial update at the end of February, and then the pandemic hit. We promised a strategy plan, and we are here today to present our strategy, talk about progress, and also give initial recommendations. Some of our business working group members are also here today, virtually as well, to show support. So thank you to them for attending. Next slide, please. Okay, so just to give you a little bit of background, since it's been months since we've talked formally here with our update. The BWG is a subcommittee of the EDAC, comprising of community volunteers with specific broadband industry or technical expertise, and Councillor Scott Crone acts as our council liaison. Access to reliable, affordable broadband is now as important to community building and economic participation as the provision of clean water, electricity, healthcare, education, and postal delivery services. So with that in mind, I'd like to talk about, first of all, our vision. Next slide, please. Thank you. The committee's vision, and hopefully the town's, is that all residences, businesses, and public entities in EG will have access to competitive, affordable, and reliable broadband connectivity at the service levels they require to support service delivery, economic growth, and community participation. So that's our vision. Next is our mission. Our mission is to guide and support the town of EG in the attainment of the vision through recommendations that leverage technology advancements, engage private market forces, and also help secure funding commitments from senior levels of government. Let's talk about our current state. Next, please. This is not a good situation. Many areas of EG continue to be underserviced and not able to access minimum service levels of 50 megabits per second download and 10 upload as mandated by the CRTC. So we've got a long way to go to get there. Therefore, an updated broadband strategy was prepared by the BWG in July, and I believe you folks all have full copies of the document now. And the draft strategy details specific goals, objectives, and tactics that support the attainment of the vision for our enhanced broadband coverage. Would you go to the next slide, please, which is strategic priorities. So what are our strategic priorities Well, first, it's to encourage and support private internet service providers and related enterprises to expand their existing service offerings, and some of them are doing that, and that's a good thing. Identify external funding sources and leverage public and private partnerships with service providers. There are now a number of funding opportunities out there provided by government, which we need to help our partners and ourselves to take advantage of to get what we need. We also need to assist service providers in building a business case where necessary that supports private investment. Some of the smaller ISPs aren't great at putting business cases together, so we're going to have to help them. Also, work collaboratively with our N6 partners to advocate for broadband funding and other resources that will help to address our existing service gaps, and identify also potential opportunities for municipal investment if and when necessary. Let's move on to our guiding principles. First of all, we want everyone to know that it's not in the interest of the municipality to own broadband infrastructure or to compete with private service providers. We want to make sure the private service providers know that we're there to partner with them and not to hinder them or have any other ideas in terms of how we might participate. Enhancing broadband for all residents and businesses will also require a blended solution of diverse technologies. So what we need by that, when you look around the town, we're not going to be able to have broadband in terms of buried fiber everywhere. It just doesn't make sense. So we'll have to use broadband wireless where it's necessary and blend together the various types of technologies to make all this stuff happen. And expansion efforts will also leverage the York region's YorkNet fiber infrastructure to the greatest extent possible. So if we can move on to the next page of principles, guiding principles. Broadband also is recognized as an essential driver for economic development. Okay, we've got lands to service to bring industry to our community. If we keep with the mandate of providing a job for every 2 people that are here and so on, we're going to need this to be able to attract new companies and provide good, high-paying jobs to our local community. As well, we need public access Wi-Fi as an essential component of a complete community. Okay, as we're going to grow and become a bigger community, we got to do this stuff to be able to do these things so everyone has access to the World Wide Web. Reliable and sustainable broadband is foundational to municipal resilience in the event of a natural disaster or emergency. Let's face it, we've had to scramble with the COVID pandemic. We've had to close down the town offices. Everyone has had to work remotely, and that has certainly put a strain on telecommunications and the ability to get all our jobs done. So another reason that this needs to change. And the strategy that we've put in place will also continue to evolve to meet changing needs. What things are today may not necessarily be how things are in a couple of years' time. So we also have action plan highlights and tactics to go with our principles and so on. So if I could have the next slide, please. And this is where it's very, very important. The first 2 what we need to do things are critical. They provide the roadmap to what we need to do and give us the knowledge to do other things. So for example, the first thing we need is to create an up-to-date service map of all existing broadband infrastructure that we currently have in EG, including areas that are identified or expansion by ISPs. That's the beginning of our roadmap. And once we've identified and quantified these service area gaps that will not be addressed by near-term expansion plans, then we can move ahead to look at these things. So for example, once we have the mapping done and all these things in place, then we'll be able to know what we need to do in terms of justifying and going to look for investment opportunities, looking for partnerships to fill the gaps that may not happen by traditional means, and looking at the pricing that the ISPs offer in all the areas to offer fair pricing for quality service, etc. So all those things spin off by doing these first two things, and I can't tell you how important all this is to making everything else happen. So who do we need to do this? Well, like in private enterprise and business, we would recommend a project team approach, whereby you get the resources or the pieces of the resources from each of the applicable departments. And I'm not saying we need to hire more people. I just think we need to chip away from each department in terms of what they need to provide to help us to do all this stuff. So for example, we need some engineering help. We'll continue to need GIS help. We'll continue to need IT help, economic development, of course, and then communications, etc., to tell the community what we're doing and how we're doing it. And to me, this is something that the dev department needs to help lead, and certainly we in the BWG will assist in doing this to make all this stuff happen. So could I move to the next slide just as an example, please, here? Thank you. What you're seeing is the beginning of a broadband service mapping. This is the beginning of what we need to get filled in, which will tell us what we need, when we're going to have it, and what we need to do next. So this is critically important. And I also, just as a note, I want to acknowledge the efforts of the Town of East Gwillimbury GIS team for preparing this map, and it's a very good start. So thank you for that, and kudos to you guys. So if we can move on to the next slide now for the rest of the action plan stuff. So what else do we need? All right, so I talked about the first two what's that we need to do. After we've done those things, we need to look at available funding options to support the strategy. And certainly there's a lot of interest from all levels of government to be able to do this. So who do we need to do this? Well, we need help from the Economic Development Department, probably the Finance Department, and also our group, the BWG, to help get these things happen. So some examples of our progress update so far. YorkNet and Bell have both submitted applications for the ICON funding. It was interesting because Bell had told us what they were going to be able to do by the end of the year, but if they get the funding from the ICON funding, they'll be able to add a bunch of service coverage that they weren't going to be able to do. And I'm not at liberty to say exactly where, because that's not, that's not public information, and it gives the competition a one-up, which we don't have. On a real positive note, YorkNet are also applying for ICON funding and moving it through the region into the other areas. And if they get the funding that they need, their plan over the long haul is to be able to put fiber buried along every single York region road, and that in the region. So that gives us incredible flexibility and access to be able to add the first mile to people's homes and other things in terms of being able to offer various options, not only be it fiber, but if you are in the ground, but also allow wireless as well from the access points from YorkNet. So that's all positive. And also one other thing that came to light last week, which Margot is investigating this week, as I understand, is the Center of Excellence in Next Generation Networks have put together the Rural Ontario Residential Broadband Program, which could have some impact for us. It's designed for towns to qualify that who have problems with residents who live in valleys or hard to access areas. And I think there's about $500,000 of potential funding to have from that. And that's early in the going right now. So that's being investigated as well. So those are the immediate things that we're doing and what we want to do. What are the next steps? I'd like to get the next slide, please. So next steps are to continue to work with YorkNet and also the ISPs to confirm and encourage expansion plans, and also identify opportunities for collaboration and partnership. Not only that, but also try to help them where it's necessary to get more capacity in sooner rather than later. And as I mentioned, the YorkNet opportunity certainly would be excellent and go a long way to solving a lot of our infrastructure challenges to get to the next step. After we've done that, we also got to make sure that the public understands what we're doing, what we're trying to do, because there's a lot of frustrated people out there who don't have the kind of connectivity that they need. And it may be for anything from health issues to education issues. Let's face it, there's a lot of kids that are going to be going to school remotely this year, and that's a real challenge. So we need to be able to do that. And finally, I can't emphasize this enough, but our continued process really relies on broadband being supported and resourced at the corporate-wide, as a corporate-wide priority for the municipality. We got to get behind this thing. We got to get behind it now. We need to get these steps 1 and 2 and then on into 3 established now rather than further down the road. I know that Council's having an economic development workshop in October, and if we could get these things put to rest, or at least a good start on them, that would give you the foundation you need to move forward with all the other stuff. So that's my 2 cents for this morning. Any questions? Silence is golden. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Appreciate
no,
it.
no, not yet.
Oh, not yet.
Not yet. Thank you very much, Mr. Russell. Very, very thorough presentation, and I can tell you that every member of council has this as a priority, and we're going to work with the committee, and we're going to make sure that we do everything we can to get our community service the same as other communities are. Councillor Crone, I believe you had your hand up first.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to let my colleagues know just how hard the committee has been working, the working group. I've had the pleasure of working with these folks since we've started it. And a special thank you to Terry Russell for leading the team and getting some good talent around the table. And of course, Margot Bejan for all her support as a staff liaison. I think Mr. Russell has pointed out just how critically important this notion of having accessible quality internet for everyone is. It doesn't only just speak to economic concerns. It's now with the pandemic, it's even shone a brighter light. It's affecting people's ability to get education if they're virtually being schooled. It's working from home. It's quality of life, and so this is a real divide between the urban and rural component of our community, and so it's critically important that we endorse what is being said today, and that we can move forward and make sure that it's an enterprise-wide focus, so that everyone, all departments, no matter who, is concerned about this, so that we can move forward. We've had good luck with talking to the ISPs, as Mr. Russell has said. We've had some really good conversations with Bell, with FiberSpeed and Vianet, and so I thank them. And if Rogers is watching, we have not had such great luck at getting them to come out and talk to us. So if Rogers is watching, please give us a call. We'd love to talk to you and find out what your plans are. So that's it for me. Just wanted to thank everyone on the working group for all the fine work that they're doing and pushing this concern forward. I know I've had many calls about improving our broadband, and it's just highlighted with the pandemic. So That's it for me. Thank you. Just wanted to say thanks.
Well, thank you to Councillor Crone as well for being our liaison of council on that committee. We know you're working very hard on behalf of our entire community, so thank you very much. Do I have any other questions? Councillor Crothers, and then Councillor Foster, and then Councillor Roy DeClemente. Go ahead, Councillor Crothers.
Thank you. This is very timely discussion in the middle of the pandemic when so many of us are trying to work from home. My internet's so bad I've had to come in and into the office to access the internet. So it really shines a light on equity issues around those that can access from home, so that their kids can access education from home, and those of us who can't have a strong connection from home and have to be at increased risk by going out into the community to access internet. So I think when we look at this, we have to think about the equity issues around it and make sure that we're doing everything possible. And I appreciate, Terry, this presentation. It sounds like you guys are doing everything possible. So I want to thank you for that. I'm wondering if you've looked at, is there any way that we can get developers on board to ensure that broadband is being provided? I know with a new development, it's very easy to put fiber into that development, but the ability to use land to build towers to provide wireless access to areas that aren't covered by fiber. I'm wondering if there's any way we can put some pressure on developers to allow that to happen. We ask them to provide parks, we ask them to provide school sites, and we ask them to provide cell tower sites or sites that will have access to wireless internet. Wondering if that's been talked about and if we're working on that.
If I can begin to answer the question, no, that's not something that our group has worked on. We've worked primarily with the ISPs and with YorkNet and so on to get that piece of it put together. So I would have to defer here to Margot with ECDev in terms of the developers, because we've had no contact with developers for this. Thank you, Councillor, for others.
Okay. I understand that fiber speed is running into a roadblock with DG Group trying to get a tower up. I'm just wondering if there's some way we can help expedite that.
Margot, you want to take that one?
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor. Right now our role is basically facilitation and trying to make and get the ISPs the information that they need as quickly as possible. We haven't explored taking a more, a role where we're, like, as you mentioned, similar to parklands contributions and those kinds of things. We haven't looked at that, but that's certainly something we can explore and come back to council with a report on what that might look like. So I'm happy to look into that further.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too was wondering about if there's a role for the developers to play, and also, I guess, to take that a little bit further, municipally owned land and regional land and structures that are already there for placements of towers and that kind of thing. I know that we're kind of moving along, getting ahead of where you are so far. But I was also wondering, could somebody speak to any possibility to some collaboration with maybe some of our municipal colleagues? Is Georgina and King, to mention a couple, they're probably facing some of the same challenges that we are. And is there a possibility, we talk about strength in numbers, is there a possibility that there's some collaboration to happen there?
To answer that question, yes, that's part of our thought process of trying to work with the other communities. And again, I believe Margot is meeting with the N6, her colleagues in that to see what we can do in terms of collaborating. But I don't want to speak for Margot. If maybe you want to expand on that, Margot.
Certainly, and through you, Madam Mayor. I'm in weekly conversations with our N6 partners. We do talk broadband is one of the issues that we are collaborating on, specifically with the YorkNet and the ICON application. In practical terms, though, with the ISPs, they typically they're looking at a neighborhood where they think they have a business case to be able to go in and provide a technology, whether it's wireless or if it's fiber. And so in that instance, the municipal boundaries don't particularly matter to them. It's more part of what we need to do is be able to identify those areas where there is no viable business case, and then figure out what's next. And with new developments, they're typically being served by fiber to the home, where our challenges are older established developments that are typically more rural and are challenged, as Terry mentioned, by line of sight issues. So they're not able to get good wireless technology. They're too far necessarily to bring fiber to the home. At this point, because of the levers that we have available to us to try to encourage this development, it's really up to the ISPs to identify that there is a business model and that they can pursue it. So it's more what we can do internally to make sure the process goes as quickly and smoothly as possible. Unless we decide to go get more actively involved in incenting this development, which is certainly something we can explore and discuss.
So then it's safe to say that we are kind of all in the same boat. That's more along the lines of where I was thinking that, you know, nobody's kind of already done some of the legwork that we're trying to do now. Thank you.
Yeah. And through you, Madam Mayor, one of the differences is that some of the municipalities, Georgina being an example, has invested in some of their own infrastructure. And so that is a little bit of a different scenario. But in terms of how we interact with the service providers, we're all pretty much in the same boat.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I wanted to echo Councillor Crone's comments about how fortunate we are to have such a dedicated group of people who are volunteering on behalf of our community to try and address this issue. As you said, Madam Mayor, every one of us has this as one of our strategic priorities, and since my time on council, I've been attending broadband summits and paying attention to this and asking the questions. And through you, Madam Mayor, I wanted to ask Mr. Russell, I kind of twigged on to one of your first guiding principles, which was that it wasn't in the municipality's best interests to own the infrastructure. And the reason I wanted to ask about that was I sort of felt like the time for waiting and asking and partnering had kind of passed. It's been about a decade that I've been in office and sort of working towards this. And we've been having these polite conversations, these polite meetings, but we really haven't seen the bar move very dramatically. And so I wondered whether the time to push a bit harder might have come, and that I was hoping to see us be a little bit bolder in some of the things that we're trying to address. So I'd like to start there, if I may, about why we wouldn't want to invest in that infrastructure.
To answer your question, when we met in the early going, when we met with all the ISPs except Rogers, because as Councillor Crone said, they don't seem to want to play at the moment. Their biggest concern was rather than working with the ISPs, they were worried that we're going to start our own ISP and be a direct competitor to them. So as time has gone on, at least two of them, and some of them are affected by the pandemic more than others, but at least two of them have made significant strides to provide a lot more coverage and a lot more bandwidth capability, particularly one of the wireless ISPs and also Bell. So I think that's the biggest single thing that we can do. Plus, I'm old school. I'm from profit and loss business. Okay, do we really want? Yes, we want to invest money if we need to, but do we want to develop our own billing system? Do we want to develop our own technology people? Do we want to do all that stuff? Do we want to repair all this stuff? Do we want to have a separate customer service department or rent it out. That costs money, has to be managed. So what we're trying to do is work with the partners that we have. If we need to get them to do some things that we want to enhance them by a grant or loan or something like that, then we present that to the community, to the town, to work with them that way. That makes it, I think, a lot simpler, and that is the opinion of the rest of the folks on the committee as well. I hope that answers your question.
It does to a certain extent, I guess. From my perspective, you kind of talked about it. You coming from a world of profit and profit and loss, and the ISP's main motivation is profit, quite frankly, and it's not best service to its customers, most affordable service, or even, quite frankly, community building, which is what we're trying to do. And so, we've made the case that reliable, high quality broadband service is of utmost importance to our community. So, if it's going to require that we leverage public money and we invest tax dollars or development charge dollars or community development capital, then maybe we should have some skins in the game, because the ISP's motivation is not the same motivation as ours. And so it's a philosophical question that I don't think that we can solve here in this format. But I wanted to put that out there to say, while we're doing this, we need to keep in mind that their motivation is not ours. And that's part of the reason why they're not doing what we would like them to do, which is put towers up everywhere and give everybody free internet. So
if I can just give you a little bit of other input. When the committee first formed, one of the things we said, should we start our own ISP? Should we do all these sort of things? And when we looked at all the pros and cons of it, it was our opinion that was not the best way to go. Because if you start it, then the other guys aren't going to compete with you. You may not, and even you may not be able to cover all the areas that you need to have done, and so on. So that was our recommendation. And like you said, if you want to have further philosophical discussion on it, then by all means. We're just trying to come up with a viable solution that provides the best quality of service at competitive prices. By the way, we've done a competitive analysis on everybody's pricing, and everybody's pricing for about the same sort of thing works out about the same. So we know what their line is. But if we have to offer some incentive to get them to do other things, then that's fine too. But like I said, that was my position, that was our position, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Just before Madam Mayor, I think Margot would like to speak as well. From my perspective, I welcome the map being built and having an understanding of, quantification of the scope of the problem. And once we've had that, then we can start to talk about what next steps would look like. And we also have an outstanding resolution. We chose a sort of a conduit that we wanted to see laid, and there's an outstanding council resolution that we would be investing in laying conduit where appropriate. And so when the committee or when staff report back to us, I'd like to have a bit of a progress report on that aspect of it as well. And I might also suggest that we refer this project and the need for that a bit more of a fulsome resources assigned to it to our 2021 budget process. If there's a need for some resources to be assigned to this, I'd like to make sure that there's some money carved out in our operating budget for it. Thanks very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just froze there. I'm not sure.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Through you, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to follow up. I really welcome this discussion on the that we can potentially make to move this along. I think I view the sort of that guiding principle as sort of the conditions under which we're operating right now, because there haven't been discussions about what we might want to do in terms of whether it's incenting this development or bridging the gap between where there is a business case and where, you know, there's we don't have service to some of our residents. So happy to dig into that and provide some options for council's consideration. I think that's really exciting.
Thank you. Are there other questions from members of council?
I have one, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Morton.
Thank you. Through you to Terry. Terry, you and your group certainly need to be patted on the back for the amount of work that you are doing, and along with Scott's support. But you mentioned about the roadmap. How long do you feel it would take to finish this? And do you feel comfortable that you could reach that in a short term?
If the resources are put to it and we know exactly what they are, basically what it amounts to is talk to the existing ISPs on a confidential basis. They don't want made public what they're doing, but they have shared their plans with us, get it plotted and so on. So if Councillor Morton, if I had to pull a number out of the air, I'd say 90 days. That should be able to be completed in 90 days. That we know where things are, assuming that we keep the confidentiality and they provide us what we require. That they have all that stuff. Bell has shared a fair amount of stuff with us so far. That just has to be transposed, and some of the other ISPs have as well. So we're partly there, and we just have to get there. So if you had to ask again, I'll reiterate what I said. I think you're looking at about a maximum of 3-month project, depend on how much time and resource you put to it. This is a no-brainer, and it's not a high difficulty job. It's just a matter of putting the resources to get it done, because the information is out there.
Thank you. Thanks,
Madam
Mayor.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Lamanna, our clerk, has a comment, question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I believe Councillor Rudy Clemente has already referenced a good portion of what I'm going to speak about. It sounds like there's more than just receiving this presentation and memo, and I was drafting a suggested resolution that I forwarded to Councillor Crone, seeing that he's the council liaison. He may want to make that move. But I'll read it out for council, and then perhaps Tara can put it up on the screen for all to digest. So it's be resolved that the presentation made to council regarding draft broadband strategy be received, and the council endorse the broadband strategy and guiding principles as presented broadband working group, and that council direct staff to include the resource requirements recommended in the broadband strategy in the 2021 business plan and budget process. And I'll leave that up to yourself and council members to further deliberate.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on Councillor Roy DeClemente?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know if I'm, and of course I'm just one voice, I don't know if I'm in a position at this point to endorse the guiding principles, given the sort of that philosophical discussion about whether or not we should own the infrastructure or simply partner with the ISPs. So my suggestion might be that we receive and that we direct staff to report back to us further following the I'm sorry, I'm sort of trying to draft it in as I'm speaking, but basically I want to hear back from the committee once the map has been presented or prepared, and Ms. Bégin has had an opportunity to present some of the options for us to consider, other than simply, you know, that first guiding principle that we shouldn't be owning the infrastructure that we might potentially be investing in. I know that other municipalities, for example, Newmarket, while they already had a utility set up, simply created a branch of that utility. And I wonder whether our water department or our tax department, we have some of those facilities in place already. So I'm just wanting to hear a little bit more from Ms. Bégin about how we might be able to move forward. So that would be my position, but of course I'm one of others on the council. Thank you.
Any comments, Mr. Lamanna?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think that's certainly up to council's decision and quite appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Webster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to remind folks that we do have a workshop for October. Mr. Russell alluded to it. I thank him for that, on our overall economic development program. And so just wanted to highlight that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just seeing if there's anyone else wishing to speak at this time. I think we've covered everyone else. Could we put the motion back up in front of us, please? Be it resolved that the presentation made to Council regarding the draft broadband strategy be received and that Council direct the staff to report back further following the development of options, and that Council direct staff to include the resource requirements recommended in the broadband strategy in the 2021 business plan and budget process. Questions, comments? Councillor Crone and then Councillor Roy DeClemente, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm certainly happy to go along with this resolution. I think maybe at the as CAO Webster suggested, we could have a more fulsome discussion about this at our economic development workshop about the merits of owning or not owning infrastructure or competing ISP facilities. But definitely, I think the important thing is for us as a council to recognize that this is such a critical issue. We need to support it and resource behind it. And so I think this goes that distance, and we can have our philosophical debates and discussions at future workshops. So I'm happy to support this and keep it moving ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to Councillor Crone's point, I wanted to express that support for moving forward, and I don't want it to seem like we're applying any brakes whatsoever. So my thought was that Council directs staff to report back further following the development of options, and that Council support the initial steps of developing a map to quantify the scope of the issue. And that would be, that was the first few steps that were identified by the working group. And then we can discuss how best to address that once we've figured out what that map shows us. Thank you. And I'd be happy to move that as well.
Thank you. Councillor Crone, I expected that this would be a motion that you would move, and I'm just wondering, we have some suggestions about adding a little more verbiage. Are you comfortable with that at this time?
Absolutely. Yeah, happy to move it to our second.
Okay.
Let's get going.
Yes. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, moved by Councillor Crone, seconded by Councillor Roy DeClemente. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. We are now at item 2 in our presentations, and I believe we have Mr. Walters joining us at this point. Is that correct?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Just before you get started, Mr. Walters, I just wanted to talk a little bit about allowing me the time to take the opportunity on behalf of Council to acknowledge your recent announcement that you will be retiring effective December 21st, 2020. As you know, I have had the distinct pleasure of being part of the LSRCA Board of Directors for almost 20 years. Many of those as chair, I know firsthand of your expertise, professionalism, knowledge, and passion for the environment. Mike, you've been a solid leader of the LSRCA for many years, not just during the past 5 years as the CAO. You have dedicated your career over 36 years to the LSRCA in science, research, stewardship, environmental programs and services. In addition, you have extensive background in integrated watershed management, climate change, adaptation, stormwater management, and low impact development, and certainly led the authority on many leading edge initiatives. Knowing your true passion and commitment to the work that you do, I'm certain your retirement is not the end of your career. Whatever path you choose, on behalf of council and staff and our community, I wish you the very best and hope you will enjoy some important family time as well. All the best, Mike. With that, we will hear your presentation. We're going to miss you with us, but I'm glad you're here today.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for those very kind words. So with that, I'd like to start the presentation. So thank you, Your Worship, members of council and staff and anybody watching from home. It's my great pleasure to be here to present the 2020 Budget Companion and Annual Operating Priorities. Next slide, please. So this is part of our commitment to the province, to our member municipalities, and to the watershed community to ensure that we're being transparent in what we're doing and more importantly, how we're spending the revenue that's provided to us from our partners to demonstrate that you're actually getting a good return on your investment. Next slide, please. So the Budget Companion, this is the second year we've used this format. I'm not going to go through it in its entirety, so you can all breathe a big sigh of relief. I understand the time constraints. I would like to go through one example. And that will be the water risk management. So we have 7 service areas as identified and 24 programs that we offer at the authority. Next slide, please. So if you open up the document, you do get first of all, an overall summary of what the budget is. Currently this year we're at $21 million. We show our operating and our capital separately, and we show the revenue sources, the expenditure types, and this is broken down based on the investment within those 7 service areas. And as you go through the report, it gets much more detailed, right down to what we call the program level. Next slide, please. So this is just one example, water risk management. It shows the program areas. There's 4, flood management and warning, source water protection, water management restoration, water science and monitoring. We have essentially 10 full-time equivalents working on this. And again, the revenue sources, expenditure types are all listed. And I'm very proud to say that the bulk of the work here is actually in completing restoration projects. It's on the ground, putting shovels in the ground, either to protect people from flood risk or to improve water quality, water quantity across our watershed. Next slide, please. And this is just one example of one of the program areas. It's flood management and warning. We picked it because of its importance. And we provide a focus of what are the activities we're going to do in 2020. There's an outlook that looks at what are the potential stressors or changes that are coming at us. There's service pressures that are discussed. And very importantly, we do talk about our achievements from the following year. So this is meant as essentially a report card. You can go back and look at the items that we've said we are going to undertake in a given year, and then see whether or not we've achieved those outcomes. So from a transparency point of view, we feel this is a great way in which we can show our municipal partners that you are indeed getting a return on the investment that you provided us. Next slide, please. So all of this is linked into our strategic plan, and every year, as part of the strategic process, we identify annual operating priorities. And usually these priorities were activities linked to the strategic plan. However, there are sometimes opportunities throughout a year or an external stressor or pressure that would allow for a new annual operating priority be added that has nothing to do with the strategic plan. And some of these can span years, and I'll give some examples of those in the later in the presentation. Next slide, please. So there's 12 annual operating priorities that we've identified for 2020. This by no means reflects all of the work that we're going on. These are just the priorities as they relate to the strategic plan and any other significant opportunities or stressors that we've experienced. First up is floodplain emergency mapping flood relief program. I'm extremely happy to say that we are undertaking an improvement to all of our floodplain mapping thanks to a new product called LIDAR. It provides us excellent opportunity to identify those opportunities for flood relief. So areas where we can actually go in and reduce floodplain and take people out of harm's way. And as I mentioned, that's a big portion of where some of the restoration money is going to be focused in the future, is to try to reduce floodplain and protect people within the watershed. Our next priority is climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies. Both are completed. The reports are on our websites. And we're just right now operationalizing the two strategies, and we'll be contacting our municipal partners to discuss opportunities for partnering and aligning our businesses so that we can adapt to climate change better and mitigate the impacts of climate change. So stay tuned on that. Asset management is something all of our municipal partners have been undertaking. We're doing it as well. We did receive a grant thanks to cooperation with York Region through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. And we're almost completed the asset management plan. It will actually go into next year. It'll be completed in the first quarter of 2021. It's one of our casualties of COVID-19, unfortunately. So. Number 4 is enhancing service delivery, plan review, and regulation. As a result of COVID-19, we actually have improved service delivery by making all of our file transfers electronic, so people can apply for permits online. And in regards to plan review, we're getting all of our plan of subdivisions online as well through electronic means. So this will continue even after COVID, the emergency's been lifted. Because it reduces the burden on some of the residents, so you can actually apply online versus having to drive into the office or go to your local office to make the application. I wanted to inform Council that Scanley Creek Operations Center is essentially completed, and we want to thank the region and definitely our local municipalities for their support. We'll be providing a tour of the facility virtually at our October board meeting, so stay tuned for that. And big kudos out to Mayor Hackson. Thank you so much. Our next item is fundraising for our education center. The center itself is past its life cycle. We need to build a new one, and the mayor has graciously agreed to rough it for a reason. And on Thursday night, she'll be camping out with a bunch of other folks, all of us in our own backyards. So thank you so much for your support, Mayor Hackson. Community engagement strategy has also been delayed, unfortunately, just simply because of COVID. We are doing work remotely, but we really did want to get out and meet with community to align our services and our programs to meet their needs. That will continue, as will consultation with our municipal partners in the province and the federal government as well, along with First Nations. So. Salt reduction strategies are going well, and we're hoping to see some progress on that front. We have a meeting with the Minister's office before the end of this month, and we'll be reporting back to all of our municipalities on our activities there. We have talked about our land disposition policies and strategy. The policy is completed. The strategy will be presented in October to our board, and we will be coming out to have discussions with our municipal partners about potential disposition of some of our lands that don't meet our acquisition goals. So again, we'll be meeting with your staff prior to year end. We continue to restoration efforts. There's more than 70 projects that have been completed across the watershed, and this is those monies I was talking about earlier There is also the ecological fund. So in total, we're over a quarter of our total budget is spent on restoration, or more than $5 million this year. More than 70 projects have been completed, and I'm very proud. Despite COVID, projects are getting done. So the kudos go to the staff, and wanted to give a shout out to the building industry as well, because they've helped support financially our restoration efforts through the offsetting programs. And that was done in collaboration with the building industry, not in confrontation, and couldn't be pleased. They've been an excellent partner with the authority over the years. So our second to last is implementing the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan. We continue to work with the province. This is the 10-year anniversary of the plan, and the province will be releasing a report in the very near future on what's next for the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan. And finally, our last annual operating priority is the completion of a new strategic plan as we wrap up the 2020 plan. And it will probably not be a 5-year plan. We're looking at a 3-year plan just because of COVID-19. Again, the uncertainty associated with finances moving forward. We want to make sure that we have a plan that is adaptable and work with our municipal partners to align where we can our business opportunities. So next slide, please. So our path remains clear. We haven't changed. We're working on improving water quality and quantity. We have been increasing our natural heritage system through the creation of wetlands, planting of trees to create more forest, and the creation of grasslands. We are making communities safer and healthier by undertaking those flood relief projects that I talked about. And we're trying to connect those communities to the natural environment by enhancing trails from the natural, from areas, urban areas to the natural environment. We are achieving a great deal of success, and it's in large part due to our partnerships, and we have no more important partner than our municipality. So thank you so much. And we're driving innovation and engagement, and we'll continue to monitor, report on our progress to both you and the community as we move forward. So with that, I just would like to acknowledge Mayor Hackson for her long standing on our board and providing us sound and solid advice moving forward. We do very much appreciate your involvement, and I do as well, just as the CAO. I've always felt supported, so thank you. With that said, next slide, be happy to take any questions moving forward.
Thank you very much, Mike. Excellent as always, gives us a good update on what's happening with our watershed for sure. Questions from members of council?
Madam Mayor, not so much a question, but just a comment.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Mike, it's Councillor Morton, and I just wanted to congratulate you on your upcoming retirement. I did work with you on a couple of the Nokata Trail issues over the years, along beside Ernie, and you always were a pleasure when we decided that we wanted to do something that he wasn't sure that we could go ahead with, but we always arranged it. So congratulations on your retirement once again, and I wish you all the best luck.
Thank you very much, Your Worship.
I'm not seeing any other questions. Councillor Crothers, could I have you move this, please?
Yes.
And Councillor Persicini, second this motion. Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. That was a wonderful update for all of us to kind of bring us back to what's really been happening in the last year. Things have moved ahead with the Conservation Authority, and we know we're in good hands, so thank you very much. Are there any other presentations at this time? Mr. Clerk?
No, that is all, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will move to item F, and that's deputations, and I have no deputations listed at this time. Is that correct?
Also correct, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We'll be on item G, and that's administration. And I would ask Mr. Webster to take carriage of this. I also would like to let everyone know that Chair Emerson, Wayne Emerson, is on the call with us as well. And I believe after the discussion, or I'm sorry, after Mr. Webster presents, Chair Emerson would like to say a few words. Is that correct? Is that the right order, Chair Emerson?
Any order will work, Madam Mayor. So go
Okay.
ahead. I'm fine with that. I don't have much to say unless there's some questions to me after Mr. Webster has spoken. This is a good news story, and so I'll wait to hear your questions at the end. But it's great. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for being with us today. Mr. Webster, could you go ahead, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and it is great to have Chair Emerson here today as well. I just wanted to start off by, on behalf of our leadership team, acknowledging it. It is fortunate and coincidental that we had CAO Walters with us today. And Mike has had a terrific municipal career. I've dealt with him throughout his 30-year career, and he's always been very approachable. He's an expert, and he's very solutions oriented. So Mike, you'll be missed, and I just wanted to pass that on. As we move now to this very important matter, the town, and I'd like just to put a few facts on the table to try to make this as simple as possible. Our prior zoning bylaw was fairly dated, and it dates back to 1997. And that could mean two things. It could mean it's dated, or it could mean it actually worked pretty well and didn't need to be updated. And we did undertake a multi-year update of it, which concluded in 2018. And in 2018, staff brought forward a new proposed bylaw. And there was a lot of discussion about it at that time. Council did approve a new bylaw, and it led to the Conservation Authority unfortunately having to appeal it. And whenever two municipal entities are opposing each other, that's not a good thing. And I think all of us acknowledge that. Simply put, we had some directives from Council in 2018 that we carry forward to this day. And the primary driver was, from a town perspective, our environmental protection policies for the town zoning were not to be changed. And we have delivered that. We've had our 1997 policies have been maintained and have not impacted any landowner in East Gwillimbury. Further, there are a lot of things that have happened since 1997. I'll cite Greenbelt legislation, Oak Ridges Moraine legislation, places to grow, and those had significant impacts on property owners in East Gwillimbury. Those are not town policies, those are provincial policies. The Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority and its floodplain and regulated lands has had policies that exist back to the 50s. And those have always overlaid the town policies on our plan. We've had some discussions with Lake Simcoe where we want to be very transparent that when an applicant or a person comes in to have a question about development on their property, that they get full transparent information, and they'll be referred to the Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority or any other jurisdiction that may have a potential impact on those lands. In that matter, we've entered into a memorandum of understanding with the leadership team at Lake Simcoe. Today we are bringing this to our council for endorsement that the LPAT hearing will not be required. We feel it's unnecessary. It's just a further use of resources that could be directed to better purposes. And we commend Chair Emerson and yourself, Madam Mayor, for getting us together and leading these discussions to get this settlement proposal. At this point in time, the report is fairly simple. It just indicates that there's a couple of recommendations, and that jointly with the authority, we would go to LPAT and request that no hearing be held. I believe that CAO Walters is going to be taking a similar position to the board of the Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority to get this ratified and moving forward in a positive direction. So that's the summary. If there's any detailed questions, we have the team, Marco Ramuno, our head planner, Mark Velchich, and Dean Horner were involved in these discussions that could answer any detailed questions council have. But I'll pass it back to you, Madam Mayor, and let the meeting proceed.
Thank you. Are there questions from members of council? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to staff, and especially to Mike Walters. Appreciate all the efforts that went into making this happen, and I wish you well in your retirement, Mike. I know it's well deserved, and I probably said some very pointed and tough things in the press about this situation, and I hope none of it was taken personally. It was out of concern that we get this thing resolved and taken care of. Because I'm glad that we're not going to LPAT, because had we, the only, a decision would have been made, and but at the end of the day, the only loser would be the taxpayer, as you have two governmental organizations spending money on fighting this. So I think it's a good day. As Chair Emerson said, it's a good news story, and I agree with that. And so I want to thank Chair Emerson and to you, Your Worship, Mayor Hackson, for your efforts in bringing this to a close. My two questions that I have. First of all, I know there will be some that are concerned that we're conferring extra power through elements of what we're doing here onto the Conservation Authority. I've always contended that power does not emanate from the towns to the conservation authorities, but by including our maps into the schedules of this, that does not change anything that we've done since 1997. I just wanted that confirmed. As well, the memorandum of understanding, this is something that we do from time to time with the authority anyways, and other municipalities do the same. I just want that verified and validated, so that everyone, there's transparency on this, and everyone has a clear understanding of what of just what this agreement entails. If you, Marco or Mr. Webster, feel free to respond.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Mayor, I'll ask General Manager Marco Ramuno to speak to that, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Crone. No, that's correct. I mean, this report is consistent with the report we provided Council back in November. The Conservation Authority mapping, their regulated area, what we call the floodplain mapping, always existed, was always in our previous zoning bylaw. So that hasn't changed, and that's the same for every municipal zoning bylaw. The only additional maps that we have, or schedules that we have included, as we reported back in November, are those the Oak Ridges Greenbelt mapping, and the provincial wetland map, and the regional woodland map. And again, there's a policy section in the zoning bylaw, the interpretation clause that's specific, which existed back in '97. Which always identified that there were other provincial, regional policies and regulations that the reader of the zoning bylaw had to be made aware of, and so we just reinforced that section as well. That there are other land use obligations that property owners need to be aware of, and that's something that staff does. We sit down with any property owner or a stakeholder that comes in and requests information on their property with respect to specific zoning. We refer to all those maps, provincial or regional regulations. So we're very upfront and transparent about all land use regulations that may apply to a given property.
Thank you.
Okay, so Madam Mayor, if I may, just so I'm clear, the way I interpret this is that if someone does come to us and they either want to buy property or they have already purchased it and they want to develop it or do something, put a building on it or something of that nature, that we're completely upfront with them to show them what all the areas and maps, the regulated areas, so that, because I think, I've heard stories in the past and talked to folks that have started something and we'd lay out what the town regulated areas are and they think they were all set to go, and then later on they get down the road, they find out, oh, there's something with the Conservation Authority that we have to. But this way, we're catching it all up front, and this, to me, this is just better transparency, it's better customer service, serving the landowner in a much more professional and upfront way. So I would find it hard that anyone could throw darts at this. I think this is just being upfront, transparent, and giving operating in the best interest of the landowner, quite frankly. So if you're in agreement with that, no further comment is required. But appreciate all your time and effort on this. That's it for me, Madam Mayor. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any. Chair Emerson, did you want to speak at this point?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have much else to say. What Mr. Webster and Mr. Marino have already stated. It's been a team effort. The staff at the Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority, led by Mr. Walters and his staff, Rob Baldwin, did a tremendous job, got it to this point. And yes, there was maybe some things said, but that's water under the bridge, and we move on. And Mr. Councillor Crone did say about transparency. I think that's what we're trying to be every time we do things together. So I really am glad this is over. We will get it through through the board on Friday, and then move on. And you will be able to continue on doing great stuff in the town of East Gwillimbury. And Mayor Hackson, a great job by you. Your leadership on this one too helped us. You called, and we seemed to get them together, and we stayed in the ring until we got it done. So congratulations to you too, and to everyone. But thank you. And I look forward. I've been to East Gwillimbury Council more than any other council, but I love coming to you. It's unfortunate I'm not there in person, but I mean, I have no problem whatsoever. And I'm hoping in the next month or two I'll be able to come again and make. Hopefully, we'll have some kind of an idea where we're going in the very near future. So, anyways, thank you, and enjoy the rest of the day. If you have any questions to me, Mayor Hackson, I'd be happy to answer them if I can, and then go from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not seeing any other questions or comments. I would ask Councillor Morton if she would move this for us, please. And
I so move, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Persicini, would you second that motion? Thank you very much. All in favor? That's unanimous, and that is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Walters. Do appreciate you being here today, and we'll be seeing you before you leave for retirement for sure.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. With that, we are now at item H, and under corporate services. And the first report is East Gwillimbury Emergency Response Benefit Update Program Impact.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just going to do a brief introduction and turn it over to our Margot Bijan, who heads up our Economic Development and Job Creation branch. You will recall that we've had a whole host of measures in COVID response to try and support both our residents as well as local businesses. In addition to an extensive outreach program that Margot headed up and information sharing and sort of support program, we also came to council under Margot's leadership with a proposal for $250,000 for an emergency relief grant program. We worked with South Lake Community Futures on that, and Margot was the point person that led that, and she's got some great feedback in terms of what we're hearing back in terms of what the impacts were of that program. We thought it was important to share it with council as well as with the public. So with your permission, I'll turn it over to Margot.
Thank you.
And thanks, Mark. And through you, Madam Mayor, I won't spend a lot of time. There will be a more fulsome report coming from South Lake Futures with all of the data that's been collected, but I thought it was important to update you on what an impact that this program has had, because the impact has been significant. If we could go to the next slide, please. So this is just a quick snapshot of the 37 businesses that were directly assisted through this program. They were asked at the end of August to provide So it's pretty significant in that 64 jobs were maintained as a result of this program, and even 3 new jobs created. The pie chart gives you a little bit of a picture on where the funding assisted and what it was used for. In the other category, that's things like some other sort of overhead costs, such as mortgage, interest, PPE, some staffing costs, sort of all fell into that other eligible cost category. But through the application process, the businesses were asked to provide an outline of how the funding was intended to be used, and then that was reviewed by the staff and board of South Lake Community Futures to ensure that it did in fact meet the eligibility criteria of the program. We want to go to the next slide, please. I actually wish that I could share, and I will share the full report, but we don't have time to read all of the comments. But it was incredibly rewarding to be able to read about the impact that that the program had on our businesses. And this is, just try to highlight a few of the comments, but there are another 36 just like this from all of the businesses. So the fact that I think what's important here is not only the fact that the financial assistance and the direct benefit that it had in allowing businesses to bridge some of the gaps and the challenges that they were facing, but it was a vote of confidence, and it was an important sort of I think boost to the businesses that they were valued by the municipality, and that we really cared about their success. And I think what we've seen reflected in the feedback is that was very much acknowledged and appreciated. We can go to the next slide, please. So we, both the South Lake Community Futures had requested a report from the participants, but we also conducted our own outreach sort of midway through the process just to get a sense of how the businesses were doing, and wanted to find out if they had also leveraged this program and to apply for other programs, or if they were able to take advantage. Interesting to note that some of the businesses were not eligible for any program, so the emergency a need, a gap that was out there. But this is some of the other programs and supports that they were able to, that some of the businesses were able to leverage. But over 50% of them were not eligible for any other programs or any other financial incentive programs. We can go to the next slide, please. We asked them partway through the process to make sure that, do they need any other supports in terms of navigating and transitioning back to, in some cases, being open for the first time, in some cases being fully open. And we were encouraged to hear that they had been keeping tabs on the resources that were provided through our website, and that they found that to be informative. We also know that marketing and promotion is a need that was identified by a number of businesses, and we've taken steps to support that through our EG Loves Local efforts and some of the stuff that's going to be coming along with Digital Main Street and some of those other supports. So we certainly took that to heart, that that's something that a lot of local businesses are struggling with, is, they're just trying to accommodate the needs for physical distancing and protection and PPE, and really need some help getting the word out that they're open, and that and what resources are. We could go to the next slide, please. We also asked them about the process in applying for the funding, and we're very encouraged by the feedback that they provided. Are really happy that we were able to partner with South Lake Community Futures on this, and I think that they really represented the town well in how they handled the intake and applications and the services that the support that they provided to the applicants. They, especially in the second comment there, highlighted the support that they got from staff at South Lake Community Futures. So I'd like to acknowledge them for their role and how well and professionally that they carried this out on our behalf. The next slide, please. And this is some feedback that came back as part of the final project reports to South Lake Community Futures. And I think speaks to the impact that the funding program had, and that it was critical in sort of bridging the gaps and allowing the business to operate. You know, when we look at something like this, where it says it allows me to keep my physical business in East Gwillimbury so that I could continue to serve the community, and then as a result have seen growth in the business, I think that speaks to how important it was that we were able to provide this service. These are businesses that we very well could have lost, or could have been even had further negative impacts, because we were able to support them in responding to the COVID considerations and being able to stay open. It's allowed, in an earlier slide, some of them have even been able to expand and hire. So I think that's a really positive story in a very challenging time. And, you know, it was critical, as one business said, not in being able to reopen at all. So we know that, you know, by month 3 of no revenue coming in, that a lot of businesses were still trying to maintain their overhead costs. And just this help that we provided was really, you know, I think impactful. Next slide, please. So happy to speak to but I just really thought it was important to come back to you and let you know that this program that Council endorsed was successful, and I think really appreciated. We saw some great positive media coverage as well, and I think that we're hoping that, you know, moving forward, we continue to leverage this momentum and ensure that those businesses not only survive the pandemic, but actually grow and thrive.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Are there questions, comments? Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a comment, and I mean, looking this over certainly tells us that this was a success, and I wanted to congratulate everybody that was involved. Margot, you had read this out, but I wanted to say it again. The one passage that says allowed me to keep my physical business in EG so I could continue to serve the community. I think that's exactly what we were looking for when we entered into this. So it's almost, when you read that, enough said, successful program, and I think it really worked out good.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Crone, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Ms. Bejan. Appreciate the update. This is nice. When you do a program, you launch it. You know, we don't always hear back for the feedback, the status, and the results. So this has been nice. I really appreciated hearing the comments and the fact that we were able to help people. You know, with the federal government, the provincial government, they have much larger public purses than we do, and are able to throw around a lot of money. This is something that I'm really proud of, that as a town we were able to help part of our community and the small business community, for that matter, to help them, and in many cases kept some businesses afloat and weathered the storm. I was just wondering, any of the anecdotal feedback that you got, other than making more money available, is there anything that the recipients would have done differently, or like to have seen different for next time? Yeah, hopefully there is no next time.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Actually, you know, I don't think I've ever seen such consistently positive feedback for anything that we've, you know, and kudos to South Lake Community Futures, because, you know, that's one of the things I wanted to understand was, you know, how was the process? Did you find it clear and easy to apply? Did you get answers to your questions? And across the board, people answered that they did. You know, there were a couple comments that said, you know, you had to pull together a lot of background information, but they understood that this was a financial commitment, and that, you know, no different than if you were approaching a lending organization, you'd need to be able to, you know, share your business plan and that kind of thing. So other than people, you know, wishing there was more funding available, certainly the issue around assistance with landlords came up, and then the marketing and promotion support. So support.
Thank you. Councillor Morton, did you indicate that you wish to speak?
No, I'm fine. I thought it was a great invention for us for the first time, and I did hear from a lot of people myself that they were so grateful to the town.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, and thank you for working this project out. I think what we have to keep in mind is not just the 37 businesses that we help, but the residents that rely on those businesses. And I think that's something that we can't quantify. But if those businesses weren't able to survive the pandemic, it would have really affected our residents. So it's more than just 37 businesses. It's hundreds, if not thousands, of residents that we helped by keeping those businesses viable. So thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions. Just a comment from myself is I had 2 individuals who had applied reach out to me following probably a few weeks after and indicated how stressless the application process was, how much they appreciated it, and that the interaction with the staff was exactly what they needed at the right time. So kudos to you and anyone else that worked on your team as well. Please share that with them, because while that was 2, I know that others were in the same position, that they felt very strongly that the town had stepped up for them really in a time of need. So appreciate that very much. Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Roy DiClemente, Councillor Foster. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. The second item that we have on corporate services is a report and presentation regarding our town logo branding process that's ongoing. Go ahead, staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're very excited about this one. We just finished an item under Margot's leadership, and there were comments about the great use of money and trying to invest wisely. And this initiative is no different. We've undertaken an exercise to come up with a new logo for the town. And just want to clarify right out of the gate, just for residents that might be watching, the traditional coat of arms will continue to be used in any sort of formal capacities for the town. So it's certainly not going anywhere, but this new logo will simply add to what we have in terms of our ability to market and promote the town. And this exercise that we've undertaken, which is now approaching the year mark, has been driven internally. We've used internal resource, been led out of our communications department. In many other organizations, they could be spending 6 figures plus, on such an exercise, and we've done this with our staff in a very creative and innovative way. And also, there's been an incredible amount of really meaningful public engagement. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our communications team. Danielle Verneuil is going to start things off, and then Laura Han is also going to be speaking to this. So with your permission, Madam Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to Danielle to start the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next slide, please. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council, staff, and the public. My name is Danielle Verneuil, and I'm the communications coordinator for the town. Presenting with me this morning is Laura Hanna, our Director of Communications and Customer Service. Next slide, please. We are extremely excited to be presenting you with our 4th and most exciting town logo update. Our town logo process began last April and has included many public feedback opportunities, a logo design concept contest, stakeholder meetings, and finally a logo survey that presented 3 options for the public's review. Our final logo options were a combination of the 2 logos that were shown on the previous screen. We'd like to extend a big thank you to Stephen Smith and Holly DeWinter for participating in the contest. Both of their designs are reflected in our final logo option, so we feel that we should recognize them both as our winners. We'd also like to give a special shout out to the other 21 participants. As outlined in our report, we're recommending that they are recognized by Council with a certificate and token of appreciation. Next slide, please. We launched a survey for the month of August and asked respondents to rate each logo from a scale of 1 to 5, as well as share any additional feedback they had on the designs. Their survey was extremely successful and received a total of 642 submissions. The results are in, and we're happy to recommend logo option A for moving forward, as it received the highest rating. Some of the positive feedback we received for logo option A include, I like the modern flair that it seems to capture both nature with the leaf motif and water with the curvature of the blue line. To me, it symbolizes moving forward. The feedback for options B and C were similar, given the similar design of both logos. Some of the comments we received were, use the leaf wave from option A, love the leaf, I prefer where the EG sits on the leaf in this option best, it looks clean and crisp, I like the green leaf stem being more predominant. Based on those comments, we have developed a final logo design that Laura will take you through shortly. Thank you, and next slide, please.
Thank you, Danielle. So as Danielle mentioned, we did receive a great deal of feedback about the various logos as part of the survey. And we spent a significant amount of time looking at all of that feedback and categorizing it just to create different themes that are ongoing for each of the logos. So the ones I'm going to walk you through right now are just in relation to logo concept A, which is the one we are recommending. In general, there was 4 themes that we saw as part of the feedback. The first being in relation to the font. So many of the respondents, they felt that the font was a little dated or blocky looking, and so a little bit basic. Rather, they would prefer something that was more timeless and classic. So what we're recommending is, as part of our final process, we are recommending moving forward with a graphic designer to create the final print-ready files, and we could work with that designer to look at a few options for a more classic typeface at that time. Other modifications that were recommended were in relation to the leaf. So for example, many people loved the leaf. They thought that it was a great connection to nature, but that they felt that it could be more prominent. Some people indicated they weren't quite sure it was a leaf until they sort of sat and looked at it for a little bit. So they wanted it to be thicker, more prominent, and a lot of people really liked the leaf from options B and C. So what we're actually recommending, and you'll see on the next slide, is to incorporate that leaf into logo option A. And I think that brings together a lot of positive feedback that we received as part of the final survey. Other modifications and recommendations that we received were related to the swoosh and the layout. So for logo option A, that was probably the majority of feedback that we received. It was things such as they wanted the swoosh to face upwards at the end rather than downwards. It created more of a forward-facing community and organization rather than the downward face. Just some layout centering the logo in between the swooshes and where the letters are. Looking at tiny details such as the blue line in the swoosh was touching the blue in the letters. So people wanted the green to be extended up a little bit higher, so there was that separation. So on the next slide, you will see that we've tried our best to incorporate as many pieces of the feedback that we received as possible as part of the initial survey. So if you don't mind switching over, we can look at that one now. So at this time, this is the recommended design that Communications has created based on the feedback from the initial survey. What you can see are a few different changes, as I just discussed. The swoosh is pointing up on the right-hand side to show that forward-facing motif. The green line has been extended to separate the blue of the E with the blue of the swoosh. We did try to sort of center, so you'll see the design of the swoosh doesn't go past the E in East Gwillimbury or the Y. The letters, we still want to work a little bit on the placement of those, and the swoosh did lose some of its up and down pieces. So those are some of the pieces that we just want to look at when we create the final print-ready files. Also, the leaf, you can see it just doesn't fully slide out properly. So there's just a few final tweaks that we think we've got it in great shape now. Danielle has done an amazing job getting us to where we are and really incorporating all of that feedback. So we look forward to being able to use a designer to help us with those final print-ready files. If you're able to switch to the next slide. Perfect. So for next steps, we do have to create those final print-ready files. So for a better understanding of that, oftentimes if people are printing or doing embroidery with a logo, you would need a file which is an EPS, for example. Those are professionally drawn designs. So for us to be able to do that, we don't have that expertise in-house. So we would just work with the graphic designer to do those final tweaks and get those pieces ready, as well as the other pieces that we mentioned earlier in the presentation. And once that's complete, which we don't foresee that taking too long, we can come back to council with the full rollout and the implementation plan. And then within that implementation plan, we'll have the branding guidelines, and that would show when you would use the logo, when you would use the official coat of arms, that sort of thing, because we are, as Mark mentioned, going to keep the coat of arms as well for more formal occasions. And we are happy to answer any questions if there's any at this time.
Danielle, you've done a terrific job. I know everybody's very much engaged with it over the period of time that we've had it in front of us. So kudos to you. I think I saw Councillor Crothers' hand up first. So go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you, Danielle and Laura, for all the work you guys put into this. I love seeing how it's evolved over time, and each time it gets better and better. My only feedback is the feedback I had at our last meeting as well, is looking at maybe the East Gwillimbury underneath being green. You go back to the original two that we narrowed it down to, and then as well as option A that the community overwhelmingly supported. There's much more green in it, and I just think the final version is just very, very blue. And I think that that green aspect of it was so important, and that's why it's appeared in all the ones that we've liked. And I can see it's a little confusing to have the E and the G in different colors, and so that's why I had suggested last time that instead just the words at the bottom be green, and the letters can stay blue. And I just think that would give us a really nice balance, so it's not this overwhelmingly blue logo, but we keep that green that we've liked in the other designs.
Thank you. Any comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. Councillor Crone and then Councillor Persicini.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Danielle and Laura. Thank you very much for all your hard work on this. I've been involved with a few branding and rebranding exercises in my time, and no matter what you choose or what you do, there's always going to be different opinions. You're never going to please everyone with this exercise, but you really done a great job on tackling this, so I appreciate it. Glad to hear that you're going to be creating a style guide as well. I think that's critically important, so that we keep, if we're going to be have some brand discipline around this. I think that's really important. Just my only question is, if you had to put a number on it, how much would you think that we paid to develop this logo? Because I know I've seen estimates from other towns and what it's taken to create logos, and it sometimes gets into the six-digit area. So I was just curious, what if you had to put a ballpark number on it, what do you think this exercise cost us?
Sure. Through you, Madam Mayor, at this time, the only external cost other than Danielle's and my time would be the prize that we would award to the two designers, and that's $2,500 each, so it would be $5,000 that would be expended, and then the cost for a graphic designer would be spent as well, so that would be minimal as well. So you're correct, some of the cost estimates that we received earlier in the process were definitely up to $150,000, $200,000, and will be significantly lower than that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Persicini. You're muted.
I forget to take it off. Congratulations to both of you. Great job done. I just was cut and paste here, and this is what I came up with for some idea. This portion here. I don't know if you see it. Can you see it?
Portions of it.
The style of the letter. It's the same as it stays with the concept of this here. You see it?
We see it.
The style of the letter is continuity, whatever you call it, stays with the flow of the old letters type. It kind of stands up more to me. That's my personal opinion. But otherwise, it's a great job. A lot of thoughts went into this. So basically, it's the style of town of East Gwillimbury stays the same as they used to be. Kind of stays. You can see better. I was cut and paste.
Thank you.
Okay, that's my thoughts. But otherwise, great job.
Councillor Morton, you had a comment?
No, other than the fact that I am pleased that we are going to be keeping the coat of arms, because I think it helps our relationship with the province itself.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think I need to echo what my colleagues have said, but I'm delighted to see where this has taken us and how collegial and collaborative our process has been. I understand that Councillor Persicini and Councillor Carruthers would like to see a few more tweaks. So before we hit print on the EPS files and the style guide, perhaps it would be appropriate for staff to just come back to us one more time with some of those suggestions. I support the idea of trying to introduce more green, but my marketing brain resists it a little bit, and I can't picture it. So in trying to make the East Gwillimbury stand out when you're trying to do your marketing material. So I'd prefer to hear a bit more from the experts rather than the elected officials expressing an opinion. And I would hope that the designer can also sort of address the G being a little bit too floating. And I know that you're going to tweak it with an expert, but I think without that formal training, I think both of you have done a wonderful job in representing where we're headed, and I want to congratulate you both and express my appreciation. So from that perspective, I just wanted to make sure that before we hit print that we had one more opportunity to make sure that we have it absolutely 100% correct before we move forward. Please and thank you.
Thank you for your comments. This is going to be with us a long time, probably longer than any of us will be with the town. This is going to be something that we're leaving as a legacy, so let's get it right the first time. Great. Any other comments, questions? I'm not seeing any. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini. Councillor Crone. All those in favor?
Just a question yes. On the motion. So we're bringing it back.
Bringing it back.
Okay,
Staff
thank you.
Bring it back. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
So thank we're you. Not voting on the third motion. That it's going to be print ready.
Not print ready, but it is going.
Can we just be clear on what we're voting on? I'm just a little confused. I want to make sure that we're all on the same page here.
We're bringing it back, I think. That's what I thought.
I would suggest that staff bring back the design and brand standards for implementation in Q4 2020, and I would suggest that perhaps before we get to the part about in Q4 2020 for further dialogue.
What about final approval instead of further dialogue?
Sure. Good with that.
And we're taking out the final print ready?
Yes, take out the final print ready. Okay. Is our mover and seconder comfortable with that? I'm seeing the affirmative. Okay. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies. You did a wonderful job. We're into the home stretch now. I was going to ask if we had the two people who had put the design together. Are they East Gwillimbury residents?
So through you, Madam Mayor, the one resident, Holly DeWinter, does live in East Gwillimbury. I believe she's in Holland Landing. And Stephen Smith is actually international, and he found out about the logo through our Twitter feed.
Wonderful. That in itself is part of our story. I think we should let people know that as well. Wonderful. Thank you. Item number 3, Corporate Services Development Finance Branch, Bill 197, COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act. Staff, I'll turn that over to you. Mr. Valchik, I think you're muted.
I was. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I think that's become the most common phrase during our COVID.
Absolutely. Thank you for the reminder. Appreciate the opportunity to bring this item forward. It's just for information. I think it's self-explanatory. I'll just make a couple of very quick comments. This Bill 197 did receive royal assent 4 days ago on September 18th, and it provides us with 2 years in which to update our development charge bylaw. And as you will recall from the last council meeting, we're right now undertaking a comprehensive updating exercise with our official plan and our related master plans. And so that project will very much provide the necessary inputs into the update process for our DC. We have both Warren Marshall and Carolyn Brown with us at the meeting today, should you have any questions. And they've done a lot of work, not only following this and analyzing it, but providing input throughout the provincial consultation process as well.
Thank you very much. Questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any. Councillor Morton, do you have a question?
No, I don't, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll ask for a mover and a seconder.
Also move, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And a seconder. Councillor Roy DiClemente. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. I'm going to suggest that we complete item I on our agenda and then take a short break. We have three reports that I understand are not lengthy, and it's just after 12 at this point. So if we can move through those, if we find that they take some time, then rather than rush them, then we'll move our timing for a break. So with that, Community Parks, Recreation, Culture, item number 1. Staff, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. We do have a brief presentation today. Since 2018, Community Parks, Rec and Culture has constructed 18 new parks and trails, marking an unprecedented period of expansion and enhancement of our parks and trails system in the town's history. Presenting today is Frank Mazzata, our Manager of Parks Development and Operations. Frank will provide an update on the recently completed parks projects for 2020, and then the projects that are anticipated into 2021. I'd also like to acknowledge the efforts of Justin Tucker, our Parks Project Manager, as well as Simon Latham, our Parks Landscape Technician, and I'll now pass the presentation to Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Karmazin. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of Council. This presentation is being provided to update Council and the public on 7 parks projects for the 3rd quarter of 2020. Next slide, please. The first project update is Mount Albert Community Center Park. This was substantially completed in August of 2020. And on this slide, you can see some drone footage that we took right after the park was completed. Next slide, please. One of the big features of this park is the skate park that was constructed, and it was partially funded by the Mount Albert Lions Club. The other large piece of this park is the new shade structure, which you can see on the right. This was also partially funded by the Mount Albert Sports Day Group, and will certainly serve the community on the specific weekend that Sports Day is held. Next slide, please. The next project update is Queensville Park. Again, we can see an aerial photo of the completed project. This was substantially completed in August of 2020. The design was completed in 2018, and you can see the final project here. Next slide, please. This park includes some very unique features. On the top right, the pavilion utilized the reclaimed brick of a heritage home that burnt down in 2018 in Queensville. These bricks were salvaged and were utilized in the park, and staff are currently working on interpretive signage, and that will celebrate the John Wright House. This park also will be home to the East Gwillimbury Tennis Club. That club will utilize the 3 courts now as their home. And the Holland Landing Community Center will be looked at in terms of resurfacing now and utilizing for public space for public to utilize the tennis courts. Next slide, please. The next project we're going to look at is Children of Peace Park. This project is approximately 80% completed. As you can see in the pictures, a portion of this park has been sodded, and the reason for the sod has been to eliminate any erosion that has happened through the construction. We're anticipating this park to be completed in early November of 2020. The elements within the park are extremely exciting to see. One of them is the shade structure that was uniquely designed by the landscape architect. Within that design of the shade structure, it actually has the park name in it, and you can see it just on the lower right. Next slide, please. These are pictures that were taken from a drone again, and you can see the expanse of the construction project itself. One of the unique features of this park was to connect the Sharon Creek Trail to the park and ensuring people have access to the park from the entire community. Next slide, please. The next project is Ridgeview Park Phase 2. Following the opening of the larger Phase 1 of Ridgeview Park, this piece of the park sits on top, on the higher section of this area. One of the views that you could see throughout this park is the hills of Bradford, which are way out in the distance on the first photo on the left. This park is approximately 85% complete. We're just waiting for contractors to complete fine grading and sod. This will be a very exciting piece of park that will add to the Phase 1 works. This phase includes a multi-use court and 2 tennis courts as well. Next slide. One of the park projects that is coming online in 2021 is Beechwood Park. This new park is located in the Windfoot development that is just located south of Doan Road between 2nd Concession and Yonge Street. As part of this park, there will also be a trail construction that will take place that is located on the top right corner. This natural trail system that is going to be constructed with the park celebrates a very mature woodlight that was retained in this development. Within this woodlot, there are very large beech trees that are very unique to this forest. Beech is a native tree of Canada and certainly one of my favorites. Hence the name Beechwood Park was chosen for the park name. Next slide, please. Couples Farm Park, located in Mount Albert, is currently on the books to be tendered over the winter. It has currently been, this park has currently been rough graded, and the rough grading is complete for an early spring start. This park will service residents of Mount Albert that are located south of Mount Albert Road, and will be a very welcomed addition to residents in that area. Next slide, please. And finally, we wanted to touch on a town program called the Signature Planting Program. This program was implemented through council through some dollars that were committed through the budget process. And town have really stepped up to the plate on providing some excellent suggestions and really coming out with some very strong, unique designs for each community. The first one I want to focus on is Mount Albert, and it's the one on the left. This one here focuses on an existing utility building within Mount Albert Park and retrofitting it to make it a little more aesthetically pleasing and really trying to celebrate the heritage of Mount Albert Park. The tractor itself is a 1942 Ford, and the image on the back was looked at for its uniqueness and trying to celebrate and fit in the tractor within the setting in the back. The next one is Sharon. The wagon that's shown here that was purchased by the town was uniquely constructed in the early 1900s. This wagon will provide a very important place for staff to provide and expand our horticulture program. As you can see, this was done in late summer and is a really good addition to celebrating the heritage of the area and certainly the house behind it. We're working on right now one of the projects for Holland Landing, and it will include a canoe that was recently commissioned to have First Nations, local First Nations people actually design and paint the canoe. So staff are working on basically putting this out, and it'll be located at the corner of Yonge and Mount Albert Road, adjacent to the parking lot. Next slide, please. So following our next steps, that is our update. So we're currently looking at improving and getting a park program watch to prevent vandalism. In recent weeks, we have experienced some vandalism within our parks, and park staff have really committed to creating this park watch program, and definitely involving different community groups in ensuring that the vandalism is reduced. This presentation is also going to be linked on social media in the town's webpage, and further updates for these projects and any other projects that are coming online in 2021 will be part of budget deliberations, and certainly the individual projects will be delivered to council through other presentations as appropriate. Next slide, please. And that is the presentation. And if there's any questions, I will ask council to go ahead and ask them.
Thank you very much. Wow, there's been a lot happen in a short period of time. I'll leave my comments until the end. I know there's other members of council who have comments as well. So who might want to ask questions or comments at this point? Councillor Persuccini and Councillor Foster, we'll start there. Go ahead.
Just want to congratulate all the team and effort has put forward. This a lot of exciting time is happening. So much is going on behind it we're not even aware of. I'm glad you brought this up because it shows us, there are people still working out there with this COVID-19 and the success is still going on to all the staff and everyone and the people who are involved in it. It's a great job. Looks great. Thank you to all of you and Darren and to you, Frank, and your team. Thanks.
Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We certainly do have some good-looking parks. These are great for the public. Just one question I did want to ask. We've had a conversation before about the park in West Holland Landing, Ridgeview Park, and the parking solutions. I just wondered if there was anybody that could speak to, I guess, an update on what might be happening with the parking over there.
Sure, I can provide an update through you, Madam Mayor. Currently, staff are working with the school board in initiating an agreement. One of the school board properties is being looked at for a temporary parking lot, and this is also being discussed with the developer in terms of constructing it. We're not at the position of constructing it yet, but our best laid plans at this point are to provide this temporary parking for the spring of 2021.
Thank you. I just had a couple of residents mention it to me, and I said that we were working on something. I just wondered if it had gone any further. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions. One, a bit of an easier question, I'm sure, for Mr. Mazzotta is, Frank, in your presentation, you mentioned that one of the courts that I think it was at Ridgeview is a multi-use court rather than a tennis court. And I'm just wondering if you could help me understand what the difference is. I know we often get questions from the community about wanting to formalize a pickleball court or things like that. Is that how we're trying to address that, by painting a variety of lines, or what is that? What's the distinction there, please?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Great question. If it was unclear, I apologize. So the Phase 2 park does have 2 tennis courts and a multi-use court. It has both. So the multi-use court would be used for basketball or street hockey or any other courts requiring a hard surface. The 2 tennis courts are located just in behind it. And yes, we are looking at potentially painting one of those courts with pickleball lines. So that growing demographic can utilize those courts.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Mazzotta, another question I had was about, I guess I'll call it park diversity, and that's a couple of residents. I think they're park hoppers, and they don't just use their own neighborhood park, but they travel around the municipality and you know, trying to get a diversity of experiences. And I think perhaps because we want to make sure that we've got some standardization with equipment and so on, the feedback had been, well, this park is the same as that park is the same as that park. And I just wanted to kind of, I don't see it in the presentation you've given us. There's a tremendous variety here. But I just wanted to raise that just as we're planning future parks, that while we may want to use the same supplier for some consistency in equipment, we want to also make sure that there's some diversity for those who like to travel around, literally travel around our municipality and visit other places, particularly since we have such a robust trail system that actually is allowed and possible for our residents. So just wanted to throw that one out there as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. Echo what everyone else said. There's so many great things happening, and thank you for all your hard work on this. A few weeks ago, I had mentioned that the park over in my Queensville, I think it's Carnaby Park, I had a call from a resident that the basketball, there was no fence behind it, so every time you missed the basket, it would roll down the hill and interfere with other people, and there was a lot of running up and down the hill catching basketballs. I haven't been over there to look myself, but I think staff were going to look into it. I was just wondering if we were able to rectify that.
For you, Madam Mayor, this project actually, we have taken 3 contractors and have priced out the required fencing. It is going to be coming online shortly, so certainly it's on its way. We just had to do our due diligence and get our quotes, and we should be seeing it installed by the end of this year.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Do we have any other questions or comments?
Just a comment, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
I am so angry with the teenagers that are in Mount Albert right now and what they're doing to a park that was worked on so heavily and so through the winter, everything. And they just keep destroying things, and it's got so many people upset, and the youngsters that are on their the park, you know, their swings and everything. Some of them are almost scared to even go to the park anymore. And I just don't know what the answer is, but I know that we've got to do something, even if it's means standing guard there for all night long to keep them away from it.
Any comments from
has
staff?
Any answers? Well,
go ahead, Mr. Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we are working on our Park Watch program. And what this program does is at our community parks, we're going to unroll it at our community parks, where we put more eyes on our parks, and it allows our residents and visitors to the parks to formally report negative or unwanted behavior through a dedicated point of contact, through a website, and through a line. And what that does is it allows us to work with YRP, our partners at YRP, to identify trends on when this behavior is happening, and hopefully to step up patrols and to curb this this type of behavior. So that's an initiative that you should see later this fall, and we'll be putting signs up and activating this line that will allow people to report this behavior, to identify these trends, and then to proactively patrol our parks with bylaw as well, to help curb this behavior.
Thank you very much. It's very disappointing when we take taxpayers' money and build beautiful parks for our young families in particular, and find that we have thugs within our community that think that it's acceptable to trash the park, so much to the point that it's can't even be used on some occasions by the people that it was designed to serve. Whatever we can do to make sure that our parks are safe, we may have to do some unprecedented steps at some point, but I hear from the public on a regular basis how disappointed they are. It's up to the public if they're seeing it or something is happening when they drive by, to make sure that the right people know about it. At the end of the day, these individuals aren't going to stop just because we're telling them not to. We're going to have to take some stronger measures to make sure that they understand that public property is not available to be damaged. So thank you for setting up or going to set up the park patrol. I think that's really important, because all of our parks are within a very close proximity of the houses that we're serving. Surely there are people that are close by, whether they back onto the park or they face the park, that if they had a little more incentive to take a view at different times of the day or evening, and share with us if there are some issues, then I think that's where it has to start, is right within the community that we have invested in.
I agree with you, Madam Mayor.
Unfortunate that we have to even discuss it, but I think we can get a handle on this and perhaps be a lead with some other communities as well. I ran into two individuals in the last week and a half who both families have moved to East Gwillimbury, and I often ask what attracted you to East Gwillimbury, and both of them talked about the parks and trails, and that they felt that it was one of the best communities in the GTA for parks and trails, and they had sought that out and now realize even more so as they're using them how wonderful they are. So there's lots of things we don't want to lead in, but my goodness, this is one that we should be very proud of, that the parks are very unique in some cases. Thank you, Frank. Very different and challenging for some of the young people, and they are creative, and the trail systems are accessible for all. So great job. Kudos to your entire staff, Armin. Erin, thank you very much. Please pass along our thanks as well. Seeing no other comments or questions, could I have a mover and a seconder, please?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Morton and Councillor Roy DeClemente. All those in favor? And that's carried. And the next one is active transportation and trail safety strategy.
Through you, Madam Mayor, this is an update on the planned initiative focusing on trail safety. Staff, along with our counterparts will focus on implementing some trail safety measures for the spring of 2021 for our peak trail season for spring and summer 2021. I can answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments? Thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Foster, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? And that's carried. And item number 3 on this section, Community Parks Recreation Culture Report, Tender Award for Contract T 20-22 Construction of Oriole Trail Bridge and Boardwalk. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. This is a project that is a key extension within the active Transportation and Trails Master Plan. This extension also provides a key connection for Holland Landing West residents to access parks and recreation amenities and services in the east of the Holland River. Staff performed extra due diligence with the design, including extra depth soils analysis in consultation with our partners at the LSRCA. However, staff is requesting a contingency allowance on this project to address any unforeseen conditions that may present themselves with constructing within a wetland. Given this is a provincially significant wetland and LSRCA governed wetland, we are requesting that allowance. I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, delighted to see this moving forward. I'm sad to see that the price tag has increased a little bit, but this is an absolutely crucial piece of infrastructure for us. I just wanted to make a suggestion that that we add the phrase "to be funded from DCs" to the end of the last clause, just so that we can be transparent on the funding source for the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Karmazin, I'm wondering, how confident are we that this adjusted number is the right number?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we did tender the project, and we did have 5 competitive bids. And of those 5 competitive bids, the bids were released to our pre-qualified general contractors. So we do vet out our contractors before we allow them to bid with large construction contracts of this nature. The firm that did win the bid has successfully completed the past Nokita Trail extension in 2018. They also constructed the Holland Landing Skate and Scooter Park in 2019. And this firm has also most recently completed the Mount Albert Community Park reconstruction project. So we are familiar with this contractor, and we have received very competitive pricing. We do also know that this contractor controls a number of their trades in-house, which allows them to resource the project appropriately, and it can affect the competitiveness of their pricing. I'd be happy to answer any further questions.
I guess my concern is that we know that there are soil challenges within that area. And I guess the challenge is the mystery of what really is there. And I'm just hoping that they have included, I'm going to say the worst scenario in constructing it, so we're not back here again with another adjustment to the financing.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, and that does relate back to the request for a contingency allowance. It's not to say we will actually use that allowance. We have performed what are called extra depth soils analysis. So what we've taken a look at is what is the soil bearing capacity within the wetland, and then we've gone even deeper as far as made allowances to hit our capacity in order to get our structural assemblies into the ground. So that does relate back to the request for additional funding, just to safeguard ourselves from any unforeseen circumstances.
Thank you. I was sure you had, but I just wanted to double check just in case with this one. It's so important that we get this one done. I'm not seeing any other questions. Councillor Foster?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to reinforce something I've brought up before, that we keep in mind that people from both sides of the river there use that area to access the river with snowmobiles. So we just want to make sure that that access is kept in mind, and so that they have a way to cross from one side to the other there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Crothers.
Thank you, and thank you for continuing to work on this. This is a vital link for Halton Landing, and it's also, as you said, it's a provincially significant wetland, so it's so important that we do this right. I think it's wonderful to be able to have not just two sides of our community connect, but also to have people be able to go out and walk in that area on a boardwalk and be able to experience it. So although this is expensive, it's because we're doing it right, and we want it to last. And it's a difficult area, but I think the benefit to our community is absolutely huge. So thank you for this.
Thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crothers, Councillor Foster, all those in favor, and that's carried. Thank you very much. We have completed the section I, and I'm wondering, it is just, we could take, be back at 1:15 to conclude our agenda. I don't think it's going to take us terribly long, but we do have in camera as well. So with that, I will we'll call a break at this point, and we'll be back at 1:15. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. We are back at our council meeting for today, and we are now going to start back with item J, Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services. And I would ask staff to lead that off. It is Key Road Projects Update, and that's pages 101 to 102. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have a brief update today for you on some of our key CIS road projects. The first one, very happy to advise the Judah Doan Way connection from out to Leslie Street from Beachboro Crescent was open yesterday, and thank you for attending that event and opening it up for the town and residents. That roadway will provide vehicular access and also pedestrian linkage to from the Sharon community out to Leslie Street, and that's one that we're really happy to have open now. The second project is Mount Albert Road and Morel Boulevard intersection improvements. This work is being completed through development and essentially provides a southbound right turn lane into Morel, and also a left turn lane from Mount Albert into Morel, and a right turn lane from Mount Albert Road onto Morel. And also there's a sidewalk connection that will move from that intersection out to the Ashley Park subdivision. So that's also providing some good additional intersection improvements and pedestrian connectivity for the people in Sharon. And the third project is another important project for us, which is the Woodbine Avenue widening to support the new operations center. So on Woodbine, we have a southbound right turn lane into the site, and we also have a northbound slip around lane and a left turn lane into the new facility. Both those will serve us well for many, many years, and we're happy to advise that those works are nearly complete, with some line painting and some minor lighting works still remaining to be done. And that's our brief update, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. The one on Woodbine certainly is substantial. I've been watching it for a couple of weeks now, and it's certainly, as you said, is going to be something that we'll be using for many years to come. Very exciting. Members of council, questions on the projects? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not so much a question as just taking in the opportunity to advocate once again for a safe north-south crossing of Mount Albert Road at Countrymen or at our trail connections. I know that's on the list, and I just wanted to make sure that it isn't forgotten. I'm happy to see the sidewalk connection on the south side. That's certainly creating some linkages for us as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crothers, Councillor Roy DiClemente. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Item number 2 is the Joint Community Infrastructure, Environmental Services and Development Services report regarding GO Rail.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a fairly lengthy report, but I'll try to keep it fairly brief. Essentially, Metrolinx is undertaking a massive project. They're looking to expand their service in terms of train frequency and availability for its 7 rail corridors, with the long-term goal of quadrupling the GO rail service and doubling ridership by 2055. So there were some work completed in 2018, 2017, and they're looking at an addendum to those planning works and documents that they had done at the time. So some of those additional improvements that they're looking to incorporate now are all-day two-way 15-minute service between the Aurora GO station to Union Station, peak period, peak direction, 30-minute or better service between Allendale Station, which is in Barrie, and Union Station, and also off-peak two-way GO service along the same corridor. So staff are proposing to request that EG GO Station be recognized as a major northern hub, and that two-way all-day 15-minute service be extended to the EG GO Station as part of the first phase. And that would essentially take it from where it's currently planned and in Aurora and extend that up to East Gwillimbury, which I think would provide some really fantastic service for our residents. And the other piece to this report is to request that that the green lane at grade crossing be prioritized for grade separation as part of the phase 1 works. Currently, it's on the books for GO Transit to do that work, but the timing is still a little bit up in the air. And I think with the recommendation from council, we may be able to get that significant at grade crossing advanced a little bit sooner. So those are the key points of the update, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I can also mention, as you know, Mr. Molinari, I've had discussions with GO as well regarding these changes and the need to have the separated grade when we start to talk about the volume of traffic that's on that road, and we'll continue until such time as we have a link between the 400 and the 404. So I'm hopeful. The last conversation I had, probably the same as yours, is that it's on the books, and we just hope that it's one that is a priority for them for sure. Questions from members of council. Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thanks. I agree. This is such a priority for our town. I see in the resolution that we're sending a copy of the report to the Minister of Transportation. We're lucky that we have a very supportive local MPP, and I'd like to suggest that the mayor reach out directly to her on this. It helps just put it a little higher on the radar than just receiving a report somewhere in the ministry. And also perhaps that our staff reach out to her staff to bring them up to speed on what this means to our community and where we're looking for them to add a little pressure. I think that personal contact on an issue like this will go a long ways. We know it has in the past, and I hopefully we can get this at the top of their priority list too. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crothers, Councillor Persicini. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Item number 3, Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services King Street Traffic Improvement Strategy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is our third report, and essentially it deals with some traffic improvements in an area that has been historically had that the town's been receiving a number of complaints on for some time. So essentially what we're looking to do is we've met with YRP, we've met with local councillors, we've reviewed some of the concerns that we've received over time, and we come up with what we believe is a good strategy to take this to the next level. And as part of this strategy, we've identified 3 areas for improvement on this particular roadway. Some of these are not conventional items that we normally do. Some of them are trials, and that's why we're looking at some piloting in order to assess their effectiveness and determine if that's something that we want to do in other areas as well. So the three things that we're looking to do is install some all-way stops at a number of locations on King Street, including Robert Hunter, Royal Amber, and Main Prize. And what YRP has advised is it's much easier for them to enforce at an all-way stop intersection than it is to conduct speeding on this particular road. So I think that with this improvement, it will assist with their ability to enforce the area, and having them in the area will also have the benefit of also controlling speeds. The second item that we're looking to do is install some rumble strips on King Street north and south of the King Street Bridge. And this is somewhat unconventional, but you don't really want to be installing rumble strips in areas where you've got a lot of residential homes, because they can be fairly noisy and disruptive. And as a result, there's limited locations where this may make sense. However, right by the King Street Bridge, there is a little bit of separation from the adjacent homes, and as a result, it's a nice test location to see how they work and what the community feels about these. So we're proposing these on a pilot basis. It just so happens that we have a contractor that's been mobilized as part of our resurfacing contract and can do this work for us instead of having to bring somebody else in and mobilize it. And also with these rumble strips, if we find that we don't like them, they're easily removed with a roller and some heat. And that's probably something that we could even do on our own or as part of a future contract with resurfacing contract. So those are two items that we're proposing that would go in right away. And subject to concurrence with council, we have a third item that we had originally proposed to go in at the same time, but I think it's one that subject to council's concurrence that we may want to push out to the future, and that's the installation of some flexible traffic bollards. Other communities use these, Newmarket, Whitby, other locations, and they have been somewhat effective. About 2 to 5 kilometer-hour reduction in speed is what we would anticipate from them. However, there are issues associated with having those bollards removed for the winter every year. So you end up with some pavement degradation, and if you do it on a limited basis, you know, we can look at opportunities to be able to mitigate some of that damage. But at the end of the day, we would be reducing some of the service life of that pavement by that methodology. So we're suggesting that we move forward with the always stops and the rumble strips, and proceed with the traffic bollards at some point in the future. And we'll leave that for council to receive some feedback on. And happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Mr. Molinari. Thank you so much for your creativity and the reception to this and your responsiveness. This has been, I'm sure Councillor Morton will back me up, that this has been a challenge area for us in the ward. King Street, I hear no end of complaints about speeding along the way. And you know, I think by and large, most people are respectful of the speeds, but it's the ones that aren't that seem to grab the attention. And you know, I read a statistic the other day in the Toronto Star where it said that if you're a pedestrian and you're hit by a car going 60 kilometers an hour, you have a 95% chance of dying. It's that serious. So a lot of people are going well beyond 60 kilometers along King Street. So I really appreciate your support in getting this going. My dad always used to say the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and I think Councillor Morton and I have been squeaking long enough, and you're probably sick of us squeaking. So I appreciate you listening, and I appreciate the mayor for your support in this issue as well. I know you've been concerned about it as well. So this is great news. The only thing I would I like the bollard idea. I think I don't know if we're too late into the year to start doing them now, but I would also suggest we look at the south end of King as well, closer to Mount Albert Road, because we have had some complaints along that stretch as well. But I really appreciate everything you've done here. But I would also entertain further south on King as well. Thanks so much. That's it for me.
Are there any other questions, comments? Councillor
No
Clemente. I'll get you next, Councillor Morton.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too recall concerns, and I'm happy to see that we're trying to get a little bit creative and a little bit more aggressive, given that the speed study has shown while most people within the 85th percentile are following the speed limit, if there are those outliers that need to be addressed and police presence isn't doing it, then perhaps these creative means may address it for us. I would be supportive of all of these measures, provided that the bollards and the rumble strips are done on a pilot basis. My concern would be that King Street's not the only area that we hear about concerns. And my worry would be that we would be introducing a service level and an operational impact that we might not be able to sustain across the municipality. So while this is one of the most egregious areas, that's not alone. And I would worry that we might be biting off more than we can chew in promising this kind of a service level to our community as a whole. But happy to see it give it a try and see if it actually works. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? I wonder, Mr. Molinari, if we are doing the always stops first, followed by the rumble strips, or are they going to be done simultaneously?
We have a contractor that's mobilized to, and he's just waiting for the final design on the rumble strips. So the rumble strips can be done as part when they mobilize into that area, and that could be within the next couple of weeks. The always stops, we have to put a bylaw, do the locates and get them installed. But you know, those two items can be done in the very short order. The flexible traffic bollards, even if we were to get them in this year, we would have to pull them out for winter. So, you know, that's an easy one to defer to next year, and just kind of leave that for the future, or we can report back to council on how the bollard and the always stops are working, and then determine what next steps would be from there.
I'm just wondering if we did them not simultaneously, if we had a few weeks in between, we might have an idea of which ones are most effective. And I'd really be interested long-term on knowing which ones in our community make the greatest difference. So I just leave that with you, if there is a possibility that we have the opportunity to collect some data along the way. We may not, and I realize it's all about the contractor and who's available, and let's get this done as quickly as possible. But even within a few weeks, I'm also wondering if we've had an opportunity to speak to a YRP regarding their traffic electronic monitors, again, as they go in, just to see what the difference is in the speed limits along the way. I think it might be helpful. We have 4 communities that all have issues with speeding in a variety of levels, but I think for this one on King Street, it was probably the most needy of any of them at this point. So it'll be interesting to use this as a model. I'm thinking to see what else can we do to slow down the traffic that seems to be local traffic, just wanting to get home in a hurry. So if we could do that. The other question that I'll leave it. I'll just leave that for now. We'll go without the third one. Okay. Any other questions, comments? Not
Just
seeing
a comment,
any.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Morton.
That's okay. I just wanted to thank Mr. Molinari for him and his staff, especially Jamal, for the time that they have put in on this. And I know Jamal's been out here quite a lot, measuring and standing and watching the vehicles go by himself. So I am glad, and I do go along with everything that Scott did say. And I'm glad that we're going to be able to get this in, because the people out here that are walking and everything else they're terrified sometimes to even try and cross the road, because they never know when the vehicles are going to come down around the corners and everything and keep going. So I am glad that we're moving ahead on this, and I'd be pleased to move it as we go forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess, you know, when you take a look at King Street, I'm not sure that we have any longer road within our community that's, you know, it starts at Mount Albert Road and ends at the 9th line. Is there some hindsight in having a look when we see road patterns and whatever coming for us in front of us on a table, that there might be some changes that we could think about prior to having dealt with it in several years after, but the fact that this really is a collector road throughout the community of Mount Albert?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, we through the development process, we try to be a little more proactive with this now, and especially with having Jamal on staff now, we have a dedicated resource to look at some of those traffic issues. And if you recall, Council would recall when we were doing the traffic management plans for the Sharon community, we actually incorporated some traffic management features into that overall plan. So, you know, we look at the road network, you know, and that's really part of the draft plan process where we can figure out property and alignment and geometry. But then even through the detailed design component, once the draft plan's approved, there are certain things that we can do in there to incorporate some other traffic management features, and we're getting a little more proactive with that as we move along.
Well, that's great. I know the roundabout certainly on Morel slows them down, and there are enough stop signs along the way. So it's a very similar road in a different community that the traffic is managed much different than King Street. So thank you very much. I do have a mover and a seconder. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Are there any other items, Mr. Molinari, at this time under your tutelage?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have one further update that I'd like to provide, and we are in the process of sending out some direct mailings or notifications to residents with regards to another public meeting that we're planning to have at the October 20th council meeting. That's for the Overholt pit, and the applicant has done some additional works, updated their plan, and they're looking to, and they've addressed many of the concerns that the residents had provided, and they're looking to host another PIC, Public Information Center, provide details of their updates to the public, and again answer any other questions or concerns that there may be. So there may be some residents in that area reaching out, and we just wanted to give you a little bit of advance warning that those were going out to support that meeting.
Thank you very much. Any questions on that item? Go ahead, Councillor Roy DeClemente.
I'm sorry, was there a date announced for that?
October 20th, I believe.
Thank you.
Am I correct?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. With that, we will move to development services. And we have 2 items on development services.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. First item is a memo to introduce 2 power law control bylaws that council is being requested to enact later on in the meeting, and they are combined. They're both within the community Mount Albert, part of the Oxford subdivision, which was approved back in 2015. And the 2 of them combined include 12 townhouse and semi-detached units.
Thank you very much. Questions from members of council? Seeing none, Councillor Morton, I'll just ask you, it is in your backyard.
No, I have no questions on it, Madam Mayor. I firmly believe that they will be doing what they're supposed to be doing and moving ahead on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini. Councillor Foster? Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Item number 2 is Planning Branch Community Infrastructure Environmental Services Earthworks Agreement. Go ahead, Mr. Ramuno.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is a joint report. Work with GM Molinari on this. This is seeking council's authorization for staff to enter into an earthworks agreement with the owner of the future auto campus lands, north side of Green Lane. Approximately 30-acre site. If you recall, the municipal zoning order was approved just this past July. And back in December, staff provided a report with the preliminary design of the future auto campus, as well as the economic benefits. Mr. Croxon also appeared and presented to council. So the purpose of entering into earthworks agreement at this point is to allow the applicant to commence, stripping of topsoil. It's a large site. It's going to take months. We are working with the applicant. We should see a formal site plan application this fall, and we'll be able to present that to council early in the new year, which at that point council will be able to consider the actual site plan application. But the earthworks agreement is really to allow the applicant to start stripping topsoil, put up the proper sediment control fencing, and have the site prepared for when council issues and considers and approves the site plan application, hopefully this spring, coming spring in 2021. So we can start seeing some construction happening on in that location. First big application within our new business park.
Questions from members of council? Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Perhaps it's a silly question, but I'm wondering if through you, Mayor, Mr. Ramuno or Mr. Molinari can comment. In the past, we have issued earthworks agreements once we have a site plan agreement in place. So it seems to me that you would want to know where the stormwater management ponds and the driveways and those sorts of things would be before you start stripping the topsoil. But perhaps I'm mistaken. It just seems like this is a bit like putting the cart before the horse. Please and thank you.
Madam Mayor, I could start. In this instance, I mean, we're talking a 30-acre site. The extension of Harry Walker Parkway North is fixed. It's going directly north. So again, the first phase is really to strip the topsoil. There is a lot of work. The next phase would be there'd be a bit of cut and fill, but that probably will happen later on once council sees the site plan. But again, there's significant sort of earthworks prep work to get to that point where they can actually start with future construction. Again, this is just the initial stage. To allow activity to proceed, to be in time for consideration of the site plan. Council will have the opportunity to review the site plan, the actual overall design, and more specifically, the look of the future buildings and elevations, landscaping requirements, parking, etc.
Thank you. So to clarify, there are two phases of earthworks, and we would simply be approving phase one of that process.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. And the estimated timeline chart we have in the report, the majority of the work that will happen as part of this agreement will be the topsoil stripping.
Permit the owner to commence phase one of earthworks related to the minister's zoning order. Just to be clear about what we're approving and how far they're going to be going without a site plan in place. Thank you.
Mr. Ramuno, would that wording work, or would it be more appropriate to talk about topsoil stripping, which is for me very specific? Or does it matter with the wording?
Through you, Madam Mayor, either works based on what we have in the report. The topsoil stripping is part of the phase one, so we can be very specific if council wishes. We can identify it as phase one in brackets topsoil stripping.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, are you comfortable with that?
Totally fine with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Persicini, you'll second that motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Are there any other development services issues at this point?
Nothing further at this point, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Anything from council? Seeing none, we will move to legal and council support services. And we have several items on this portion of our agenda. Mr. Horner, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Just a few information pieces for council and a couple related bylaws on some of them. But the first item here is a bit of an update on the town's partnership with York Regional Police as it relates to the illegal growth of cannabis in town. medical cannabis is presently only allowed to be grown in the M1 and M2 employment zones. So anywhere else is it's not permitted. And the community has been really good about identifying spots for the town and YRP to investigate. So I've got some statistics here that kind of lay out some of the activity for you. So you'll see that to date, we've engaged in 13 inspections. And typically how it sort of plays out is if the illegal activity is occurring, then what we'll do is we'll note the site in violation, and we'll give them a period of time, typically 30 days, in order to obtain compliance. If compliance isn't obtained within that period, then what we do is we proceed to lay charges under the zoning bylaw and also the building code if it's applicable. You'll also see here that YRP does its own activity as well, and at this point in time, or at least at the time of the memo, YRP had attended at four specific sites and seized the plants that were growing. But it's interesting because this is really very much a moving target. And since the time that I had prepared this report, YRP has since attended at a 5th site and seized all the plants. So just wanted you to know, and wanted the community to know, that we're on top of the issue and we're making very good progress with YRP. So we're very happy to take any questions that you may have.
Questions from members of council? Any comments from members of council? Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks to you, Mr. Horner, for all your hard work on this. Just the question, and by the way, I'm delighted to hear about all the seizures that's taking place. It just breaks my heart that all these plants are being taken away by the police. I think that's great news. The 13 inspections that have been done with YRP, 13 sites, and we have 10 sites that are noted to be in violation. So these three other sites they're all considered to be legitimate, and we were just being cautious and checking them out. Is that the case?
The actual answer is probably only one, and then there was one site that was legitimate. Again, it's kind of a moving target, right? So we continue to file the notices of violation. We continue to lay the charges. So I noticed that the numbers don't quite kind of line up nicely, but that's because some of the initiatives are presently underway.
Thank you. Appreciate all your hard work.
Any other questions of Mr. Horner? Mr. Horner, you mentioned that there were some that were legitimate. Is that how you worded it? Does that mean that legitimate for cannabis or legitimate not for cannabis?
Probably a poor choice of words. When I said legitimate, I think what I should have said was they simply weren't growing cannabis at all. So that was one site.
Thank you. I think that's very important that we are aware that we have one site that originally came to us as identified as a cannabis growing facility, and when much more information and had a visit, I believe, it became a vegetable growing operation that we're quite welcome. We welcome them to come to our town and provide greenhouses that are going to be growing vegetables for our community and probably for a larger market as well. So that's good. That's good to know. And so everybody, all members of council are aware that we got that one sorted out along the way. Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments regarding the report? Seeing none, could I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Crone, Councillor Persichini. All those in favor? And that's carried. The next one is a legal and council support services memo bylaw to dedicate certain lands as public highway. Mr. Horner, could you proceed, please?
And this is just a typical thing that we do from time to time. Whenever lands are developed in the town always retains parcels to control access. And so the purpose of this report is to advise you that there's a bylaw on the agenda that if passed will provide for legal access into phase 3 of the subdivision.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Could I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Crothers, Councillor Foster. All those in favor? That's carried. Okay, number 3, legal and council support services bylaw to dedicate certain lands as public highway. Number 3 on our agenda.
I had the pages reversed. So please forgive me. I've already spoken to number 3.
Okay.
So let me speak to number 2, which is within the Acorn subdivision. So the request here is it's just to inform you that the proposal is to again dedicate certain lands as a public highway, and this will permit legal access to specific lots on Walter Tunney Crescent. So I got the order wrong there. My apologies.
It's fine. We're dealing with them all in a very short period of time, so we're fine with that. Any questions from members of council? Not seeing any. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Roy DeClemente, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Number 4, bylaw to dedicate certain lands public highway. Page 141. Mr. Horner?
So again, it's the same type of scenario here within the Valmadera subdivision. And so the intention would be to pass a bylaw that would permit through access on Jim Benton Avenue.
Okay. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Foster.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Morton. All those in favor? And that's carried. Number 5 is a grant of municipal service easement to York Region. Mr. Horner, please.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting transaction. Actually, it's proposed to occur in the LSRCA Valley lands at second concession. And so what's happening there is that excuse me again, I've got my order all wrong. This is in Mount Albert, and this kind of relates to infrastructure that York Region has built on the Doan Road allowance. And so the request here is for an easement in favor of the region to maintain that infrastructure. And the easement works for us because it maintains maintenance obligations and insurance obligations.
Questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor Morton, all those in favor? That's carried. Number 6, transfers lands. I believe that's the one on the second concession you were alluding to?
Yes. So when the second concession bridge was built, there's adjacent to it is an access road that runs to a pumping station that was built by the region, and the region's access road. It's actually quite a heavy. It's quite a heavy duty structure with significant kind of retaining wall and works, and so the region has asked us to convey that land to them. I think it makes really good sense, because I don't think it's land that we want to be responsible for maintaining, because the structure that's built by the region upon it is so intensive. And as part of this transaction, the proposal is to obtain an easement from York Region over land that they have within the valley there. That will give us good access to the Nokita Trail and the valley lands to permit us to do the maintenance and work that we need.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Horner, is that on the west side of the second?
It is, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions? Could I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Foster, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? And that's carried. Number 6, transfer of lands. Go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, I believe that's the one you just did.
Okay. Thank you.
I think you are now on emergency and community safety services.
Okay, under M, yes, thank you. Okay, and we have no reports at this time. Chief, are you with us today?
You have the Deputy Fire Chief here today, Ryan Jago, and I have glad to be here with Council. I have nothing to report, but happy to take any questions that Council may have.
Good to hear your voice. Are there any questions regarding emergency and community safety services for our Deputy Chief? Seeing none, we will move on to item N, and that is the adoption of the minutes from the meeting held on September 9th. Seems like a long time ago. I have a mover and seconder, Councillor Persicini, Councillor Foster, all those in favor, and that's carried. We have couple of items, correspondence for consideration. The first one is from T. Livingston, the district, Mount Alberta and District Lions Club requesting approval for the 2020 Santa Claus Parade in Mount Albert. And my understanding is that from what we've received today, that we are not looking at a traditional Santa Claus parade. However, I take heart that the word traditional is in there, that there may be some other kind of creative thinking that may provide some kind of an event for the children based on the regulations that we have from the province. So I'm just wondering how we might be able to we certainly won't be able to receive, well, can receive but not approve the second paragraph. And I'm hopeful that we can find something other than our last line that we decline the request. I'm wondering, Mr. Clerk, is there an opportunity to craft something that we may be able to have a look at, knowing that there are many of the Santa Claus parades that are not being going to be held in the traditional form that they do. But I know that there are other communities that are having a look at the possibility of having something in a different format that may satisfy a portion of the need that we have.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, I beat you to the punch and forwarded a proposed amendment to this resolution to CPRC staff and to my staff. Tara's put it up on the screen for you. So given this morning's update, update number 9 on COVID and the provincial regulations, and the fact that we're not holding, the town is not holding any fall 2020 events, which includes our own Santa Claus parade, that perhaps if council would wish to entertain, that we receive Ms. Livingston's correspondence, that we respectfully decline based on the recommendations provided by staff, and that council encourage the Mount Albert Lions Club to reach out to staff and work, or to reach out and work with staff, town staff, on a community lighting celebration or other event, if you wish to add on that line. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'd be most comfortable if it was greater than a community lighting celebration, that if there is some creative minds out there, this is the time to see if they can address the Santa Claus parade issue. I'm not sure how other members feel, but I do know that there are some communities that are looking at a stationary kind of parade where some floats will be in a park and people drive by. Something of that effect, but that's simplistic, but some people in other communities are thinking of those. And if we have some creative minds here, perhaps we could entertain their thoughts at a later date. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Perhaps we could just say that Council encouraged the club to reach out and work with town staff on an alternative celebration and leave it at that. I agree. If we're not able to run our own municipal Santa Claus parade, I'm not sure how it's appropriate for us to be encouraging the volume of people to even just the participants alone would exceed provincial regulations. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions on the motion that we have in front of us? Seeing none. All those in favor? I didn't get a mover and a seconder.
The second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Morton, Councillor Persuccini. Can I call the vote again, please? Thank you. All in favor? Thank you, that passes. Thank you very much. Item number 2 is regarding the noise concerns pertaining to the basketball courts in Harvest Hills. And we have received a couple of complaints in that regard, and the suggestion is that this be forwarded to staff and a report back to council at our next meeting. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm wondering whether it's a report to council, or whether it's that it be forwarded to staff for a response and a copy of that response to be forwarded to council. Usually when we're looking to make a change, then we would be looking for a report. But in this circumstance, this park has been here since 2010, so I would hesitate to. Perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'm not sure staff would be recommending removal of a basketball court when we're looking for options for people to stay busy and active. But that would be my suggestion. Thank you.
I like that suggestion. Any comments, questions on
as well, Madam Mayor?
Sorry, Councillor Morton.
I said I also agree with Councillor Roy DiClemente with that.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? All those in favor? And that's carried. Item number 3, correspondence from P. Sud, Oxford Developments, requesting relief from the town sign bylaw to permit 2 signs on the property at Green Lane and Leslie as shown in the enclosed plan. Are there questions regarding that? Seeing none. Is there a mover? Sorry, I didn't see that. Go ahead, Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Just a comment, because the resolution is one way or the other. My concern would be that this would be setting a precedent that we don't necessarily want to be setting. And while I have some compassion for the circumstances that the applicant is in, there's a reason why we have this bylaw and why it's structured this way. We've required other home builders to remove signs from other places across the municipality. I appreciate that they've asked us rather than having us have to send out enforcement, but I'm unfortunately unable to support it given the precedent that it would.
Any other questions, comments? Mr. Horner, are you still with us? I see your initials, so I'm just wondering, can we, if we wanted to, could we put a certain date on it, that it would be from a certain date to a certain date, as opposed to having it there indefinitely?
I think we can do all of that, but I was almost inclined to think that it might be a good idea to refer this particular one back to staff for a report and a recommendation, because I thought it was an awful lot for council to kind of swallow at a meeting, frankly.
Is there a appetite to send this back to staff for further comment? Councillor Persicini, you had your hand up, and then Councillor Foster.
I think that's more appropriate. Give it back to the staff and then report back to us.
Thank you. Councillor Foster?
Yeah, I have nothing against it going back to staff, Madam Mayor. But I do agree with Councillor Roy D. Clemente. I think it opens us up to a lot of requests for just about any type of sign in town. And when you go that far, then your bylaw kind of becomes a little bit redundant. So I think we need to look at it pretty closely.
Any other comments, questions? Councillor Persicini, I'll take you second. Councillor Roy D. Clemente has her hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have the need for a report at this point. Perhaps it's because I have some experience as chair of when bylaws was under emergency services, but I'm fine to respectfully decline the request and not force staff to do any more work on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Persicini?
I think, to be fair to the developers and people around us, I like your idea about giving them a short period of time, someone to whatever they're going to do, promote we're getting texts from these people, some sort of, like a 1 month only or whatever, 2 weeks, like to do the trailer signs, and allow them, it's their property. And we need their money to subsidize all the taxes and so on. And sometimes you cannot just say no to everything. Maybe to play a little bit, be fair, and give them a limited. I like your idea. A short period of time to whatever sign they're going to put, provided they follow the bylaws rules. That's my take. That's my own personal take. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Roy D. Clemente, you had, I think, made a motion, or was that a suggestion to, to decline?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It would be my motion that we receive the correspondence and that we respectfully decline the request.
Thank
I'm
you.
happy to second that.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers seconds that motion. We'll deal with this motion. All those in favor? Opposed?
I'm fine.
That carried. Thank you very much. We are now, just get my sheets. We are moving into a closed meeting, and I will read our regulations. We are to proceed into a closed meeting of Municipal Council about a personal matter about unidentifiable or identifiable individuals. Municipal Act Section 2392B, Council appointed board resignation, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunal affecting the municipality or local board. Municipal Act Section 2392E, 18880 Leslie Street, a trade secret or significant scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group, or persons or organization. Municipal Act Section 2392I, mosquito control contract negotiations. And I would ask if I could have a mover and seconder. Be it resolved that council proceed into a closed meeting of Municipal Council at 2:10 p.m. to deal with the following matters. Personal matters about identifiable individual or individuals, Municipal Act Section 239, 2B, council-appointed board resignation, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunal affecting the municipality or local board, Municipal Act Section 239, 18, 860 Leslie Street. And I think that's all I have.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? And that carries. out of in camera to rise and report from our closed meeting at 2:57. And that council endorse all directions provided to staff in the closed meeting of Municipal Council held on September 22nd, 2020. I have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Roy DeClemente, Councillor Morton, all those in favor? And that's carried. Item Q, resolutions. We have none at this time, and we have 6 bylaws. Can we do them all at
Madam
once?
Mayor?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
We have the addition of bylaw 2020-79, updating the public library board with Mr. Wigglesworth off the board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that would be number 6 then. Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor, and that's carried. Do we have any other business at this time? The item I have in front of me is October council meeting dates and times, October workshop topics, Wednesday, October 14th at 10 a.m. Are we good with that? I'm seeing nodding. Could I have 2 hands up? Councillor Persicini, Councillor Roy DeClemente, all those in favor? And that's carried. Confirming bylaw. Be it resolved that bylaw 2020-080, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council meeting held on September 22nd, 2020, be taken as read and acted and signed by the mayor and municipal clerk. Moved by Councillor Foster, seconded by Councillor Crothers. All those in favor? And that's carried. And an adjournment at 2:59, moved by Councillor Roy DeClemente. You have a question? Okay, moved by Councillor Roy DeClemente, seconded by Councillor Foster. All those in favor? That's carried. We're adjourned. Thank you very much.
Good day, everybody.
Thank you.
Take care,
A lot
everyone.
of good work today.